breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast with Mungala Mbuvi, and of course the one and only City Muga. City, habari ya asubuhi.
Habari yangu ya asubuhi ni mzuri.
City, ukifunza wakati ulikuwa mwalimu, did you have a nickname from your students? Because of a certain characteristics that you probably embodied.
I will ask one of my former students right away.
You can't tell me that you don't know whether you had that.
No, I didn't know.
For real?
I didn't know. I'm certain I have.
Yeah.
I'll ask a young man.
Yeah,
I'll ask a young lady.
Okay.
These young people are in their 50s, by the way.
Yes.
So, but I'll ask them.
Okay.
Tell me, and then I will let you know.
All right. We had several nicknames.
If any of them is listening, because there's a group of young men I taught at technical high school.
Right.
They tend to follow and listen. So if any of them is listening, they're two I know are faithful.
Yes.
Let me know, because they didn't tell me what I was.
Were you a strict teacher?
Ish.
Were you a strict principal?
Ish.
Okay.
Meaning you wouldn't get away with nonsense.
Yeah.
But I realized that if you teach and your students have an interest in what you're teaching, you don't end up dealing with very many problems.
Okay.
And then I found something else also. Students, whether they're boys or girls, if they find you to be fair,
yes,
apart from just studying, they want to please you as their teacher. Teacher, unajua teacher. You think it's only in primary school. Secondly, there's no teacher, but
right,
they want to talk to you, they want to find out what you're doing, and they'll work hard. Yes, but only if they determine that you are fair and balanced. But more importantly, if you listen to them.
I remember some of my teachers. Imagine I can't remember many of them. I think I can remember like probably 3 or 4. Kuna moja alikuwa tunaita Mike, sababu ilikuanga short form ya minor. Mwingine alikuwa tunamuita Haro because he couldn't say hello, he would say Haro because of mother tongue influence. Do I remember any other? Imagine sikumbuki mwingine. Oh yeah, no, kulikuanga na Sek alikuanga Masake. He was our mathematics teacher. And Mr. Masake was he was a calm, cool, collected gentleman, but once in a while the devil in him would come out and he would slap you around like a nonsense. But for Haro was a given. Lazima ungetandikwa on a daily. And he was also a housemaster. So housemaster is the one who's in charge of a dormitory. Mr. Haro, and alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Waweru, lakini alikuwa anamuita Haro. So Mr. Waweru was a very strict teacher also. He used to teach chemistry. There is not a single lesson ya chem atungetandikwa. Not a single. I can't remember like lesson from form 1 all the way to form 4.
Shida yake ilikuwa nini kwani?
Alikuanga tu, unajua tu walimu wanakuanga tu, yani alafu alikuwa anapenda kuzunguka inside the lab because chemistry was done in a lab the entire lesson. So we would leave the classes and go to the chemistry lab every time we had a lesson. And he would walk in there and just ask you a random question, and if you fumble or you look like you don't know what you're doing, that guy would just slap you. If you also look like you don't understand your purpose in life, he would slap you. But I met him some time back, like about a year or 2 ago. Bought him some lunch. We didn't talk about our high school days, but the contrast, venye alikuwa na behavior siku nilipatana naye, and nikimkumbuka venye alikuanga high school, man, it was
day and night.
He
was a nice fellow.
Yes, and now we're the same height right now in this day and age. The same height.
In that day and age.
Yo, wakati alikuwa aniangalia hivi chini bana. Huyo jamaa alikuwa anatukula mangumi. Unajua mangumi?
Seriously.
Forget makofi. Mpaka mangumi. He used to walk around with because he was a chemistry teacher. He used to walk around with a what is it called? A Bunsen burner pipe, the gas pipe.
Hey man, that thing is painful.
Yes. And there are times he would walk with a different kind of kiboko. So zingine ilikuanga ni kijiti. But for Mr. Minor, aka Mike, also another housemaster, he used to have he used to walk around with a nyahunyo. So nyahunyo? ile wa Masai ile.
And Nyahunyu very
Yes,
well.
Nyahunyu.
Again, very painful.
That guy used to wrap it around his body like a belt. And he would sometimes in the dark when you guys are huko doing nefarious things, he would just appear out of nowhere like a ghost. Alafu anawalalisha chini in a line. Manze muna hiyo Nyahunyu ilikuwa refu. He would whip it from one end to the other. Sasa mko vijana kama 5. Manze kitu watandika nyinyi wote.
Huyo jamaa alikuwa na shida.
Yeah.
You know why I'm saying this? Huh?
Yep.
I taught. Which years were those?
I was in high school from 2001 to 2004.
No. I'd already left teaching by then because I left teaching in the year 2000.
Okay. That's when I did my KCPE.
That fellow, we punish students.
Yes.
But the key was to make someone understand why they're being punished.
Yeah.
Not punish them because you're upset. You didn't punish because you might injure someone.
Oh, people were injured. People were injured.
You had to punish because there was a reason. And you had to instill an understanding of warning.
Yeah.
You will not be punished the first time. You'll be warned. And you'll be spoken to and you'll understand this is this.
Right.
You'll be spoken to a second time. Third time you'll be whacked.
Yeah. There's a certain student and he aliingia tu form 1, he spent a few weeks and left.
You'd leave.
That guy, no, the reason he left is because he had to be expelled. And he was expelled politely. You know, there are people who are expelled zile unaenda nyumbani because you're such a terrible student. Go. So this guy was called Nasurdin. Nasurdin alikuanga form 1 lakini alikuwa anakaa ni kama anafanya kazi Safaricom, like he was the CEO because he was number 1 very huge. Alikuwa na mandevu and then he was very alikuwa mekauka but he had muscles, alikuwa meunga. So he was from somewhere in Northeastern, I don't know where exactly. And he had a very heavy Northeastern accent. So unajua ni wale watu wa bahari yake ambaye wanataka kusema kitu lakini haitoki vizuri. So how he got to Nairobi school,
He passed an exam, chief.
I have absolutely no idea.
He passed an exam. That's
Okay.
how people normally get to secondary school.
He passed something. So when he got there, no one could mess with him. Not Form 4s, not prefects, not even the teachers. So the reason he was expelled is because he wanted to beat up the principal.
What did the principal do?
He just called his father. His father was a senior person in.
What did the principal do?
The guy was just being punished like any other student would be punished for whatever mistake. I can't remember the exact mistake he did.
Okay.
But jamaa alishikia principal panga. Na akaiguzisha kwa floor hivi kwanza ikatoa sparks. Shwang! Na akaambia principal kuja.
Alitoa panga wapi?
Kwa store. Aliambia principal kama yeye ni mwanaume karibia mimi. Mr. Masese, he was called. Nowadays, I think he's Dr. Masese, but Mr. Masese at the time, aliangalia hivi na Surdin. Akasema, it's okay, it's never this serious. Went back to the office, called the father. Gari ya GK ikakuja, ikachukua kijana, and that was the end of Nasruddin at Nairobi school.
Pity.
Yeah. But before he was expelled, he had roughed up a couple of teachers, roughed up a couple of Form 1s, roughed up very many actually he roughed up more seniors than he had roughed up juniors.
Did you people have a guidance counselor?
Yes, we did. The lady, I can't remember her name, but yes, we had a guidance counselor.
But she was more of an academic counselor than anything else.
She actually used to teach one of these lessons, the social sciences. I can't remember which one. But yes,
not CRE.
I don't think so.
You see, the reason why I asked the question, as you're telling me about this young man, this fellow was experiencing a culture shock.
Oh yes, he was. He was.
He didn't quite know how to cope. And what you saw, or what he manifested, was how he knew of, with regards to dealing with whatever he encountered. He wasn't being unusual to himself. He was being unusual to everybody who was around him. Because his ecosystem, his behavior was fairly accepted. It was how you dealt with the sort of adversity he met.
Yeah, but I could tell he would make a lot of teachers. Students were very terrified of him for a fact. Hiyo nao si uongo. Personally, and he was in my class. Nilikuanga 1M hiyo wakati.
Did he not have any friends in that school?
He was there for a very short time, less than a month.
He must have had a friend or two.
I'm sure he had.
You know, let me tell you something that I found shocking when I went to university.
Yes.
I used to find the toilet seat muddy, and I used to wonder, how do these toilet seats get muddy? Until we were having a discussion with one of the people who stayed in my block.
Right.
I didn't know that very many people went to schools where the toilet were what you call Eastern toilets. So even when there was a seat, they'd be squatting on the seat. So if somebody comes, it's been raining, there's mud, he will squat on the seat.
Yeah.
Okay? There are things which people should be told about even at a late age so that they understand it. Like, you get into the cafeteria and you're given a fork and knife and a spoon.
Yeah.
There are many people who had not even eaten with a spoon. If they had been in boarding school, they had encountered a spoon. Okay?
Yep.
So now here you've been given these utensils. There's a knife, there's a fork. So you first of all sit and look around and see what people are doing. Then you follow. With time you get it, you catch on. The need, this assumption that everybody had similar experiences at a certain point in time, it's a mistake.
True.
Have you ever been to a public function?
I have.
And there's a buffet?
Oh, yes.
Have you seen how people pile their plates with food?
I have.
Even you tell them, bro, you can actually go back and add. You're allowed.
Yeah.
They're not taking chances.
Aneka kila kitu hapo.
Bro, it's piled. When I say piled,
yeah. Alafu on top of the pilau and the chapati anaekelea sasa nene kitu kingine inaitwa nini, watermelon na pineapple na banana. So the food is drenched in that sweet juice of all these fruits.
Nice. Now, again, it is important that people, it may sound like you're condescending, but it is not. It is good that people understand it. It's actually important.
Yeah.
My first encounter with such a phenomenon was actually shocking. In fact, I ended up not eating. I was young. I was busy watching the people piling their plates. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's my experience in high school. Nasruddin, like I said, terrified the students, but more so terrified even the teachers. You could tell, especially the female teachers, you could tell they would get in class and they would be terrified of this young man. They didn't know how to interact with him. So even when maswali zinaulizwa, you could tell that they are trying to avoid him because they don't understand what will happen if he's agitated or he's angered by their question. So you would see they would ask Paul, they would ask Kevin, they would ask Mutoa, they would ask Ochieng. Nasruddin hataguzwa. So it was one of those unfortunate moments, and they had to let him go. Anyway, today is the 12th day of November 2025. What is significant about this day? Let me tell you. On this day in 1927, Joseph Stalin became the undisputed leader of the Soviet Union after his rival Leon Trotsky was expelled from the Communist Party. So today in 1927, Joseph Stalin became the leader of the Soviet Union. I remember I watched a documentary as to how Stalin rose up the ranks to become what he was, and Russia ilipitia kakitu ama your Soviet Union ilipitia ka rough period in life in its lifetime.
Not just, it wasn't just rough. It was extremely.
Yes.
There are places you can compare it with, but the closest is China under Mao Zedong. The number of people who were killed.
Yeah.
Chief.
Yeah.
Huh? Aye.
Yeah. I remember especially when they were deposing the alikuwa anaitwa Tsar.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. That period, that moment, his entire family was executed.
Yes.
It was just one of those. Guys, if you get the chance, just go check out, get into YouTube and just find any documentary talking about the history of Russia, especially during that time. It was one of the hardest moments for those guys. But anyway, like City says, Europeans wakati huo walikuanga na shida nyingi sana. Walikapitia. All right, City. Methali ya leo inatupeleka wapi?
Bado tuko pale baba, bado sisi iko pale. Have you heard of a guy called Cristiano Ronaldo?
Amazing player, footballer from Portugal, plays for their national team, currently playing for Saudi top tier team Al Nassr.
Okay.
Yep.
If I told you that he was a Cape Verdean, what would you say?
I would say you're crazy. Which Cristiano Ronaldo? Are we talking about CR7?
Yes.
Are we talking about the Portuguese player? Okay. Former Manchester United striker.
Well, he isn't. The person who is actually a Cape Verdean.
Bwana.
No. He's Portuguese. He was born in a place called Madeira.
Okay.
The person who I was referring to, I wanted to get your attention because you're a football lover.
All right.
Somebody called Vieira.
You have it now.
Okay?
Yes.
A gentleman called Cafu. There are people who are known, and there are many others, who you wouldn't know where they come from, because Cape Verde is one of those countries that has a distinction of having probably more people in the diaspora than they have in the country. That's a distinction that they have. I've never been there. But the pictures of that place, you know, people have bucket lists.
Yeah.
Mine.
Which place are we talking about here? Cape Verde or Madeira?
Cape Verde.
Okay.
Yes. The initial one was to get your attention.
All right.
So I got your attention. Then I could tell you the story.
Okay.
All right. Now I want to tell you the proverb. If you steal while carrying your son on your back, you teach him to steal.
Huh? If you do what?
Steal. Ukiiba. While carrying your son on your back, you teach him to steal.
So ukiiba na mtoto wako hapo kando, si anaona ukiiba pia.
Wacha mimi nitaipeleka zaidi. Ukizungumza vibaya kuhusu watu, mtoto wako anasikiza. Unamfundisha kuzungumza vibaya kuhusu watu wengine. Okay. Children are sponges. They absorb everything you say.
Yes. True story.
And they'll regurgitate it verbatim. Yes.
Hao ndio watoto.
Yes.
Haya. Nimeikamata.
Yeah, haven't you heard horror stories of parents who like talking about relatives, specifically relatives? Like relatives who know when you eat on Saturdays, and they always appear every Saturday.
Yes.
And the parents make the mistake of commenting on it in the hearing of the children. To their enormous and fantabulous embarrassment, that visitor one day comes and the child is there.
Daddy alisema unakulanga sana wewe mpaka ndio maana umenona.
Bas, that one. Ama umekuja leo kukula chakula yetu. Si huyo.
Yeah.
Now that one.
Kids are like that. Sasa zingine unasikizanga watu wakiongea. Even your own nephews and nieces. If you listen to them carefully, you will know what their parents think of you.
Bro, mtihani ilikuwa out of 100. Mkupa 150.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Asante. Tuingie katika radiogeneration.co.ke. That's our website, by the way, guys, and that is where you'll get all the trending news that have been making headlines in the last couple of hours. So if you haven't gotten your morning paper, trust me, the same stories that will be in that paper are actually on this website. Sawa. And actually ours are more updated because they are literally a digital platform, so you can actually get updates ASAP. You can also subscribe by there to be getting emails directly to your phone or your computer, your tablet, so that you can get to know what's happening in and around the world. Follow us on our social media pages. That is at Radio Gen KE across all of them: TikTok, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, pale Instagram, X. You can also download TuneIn. It's an app. You can also download another one called Radio Garden. Tuko huko kwote. So on any digital platform, that's where we are. We are live on Facebook. If that is your platform of choice. We're also live on X, if that's your platform of choice. Right now, though, 4 years later, family urges state to produce missing security expert. This is something we also mentioned last week, but let's say it again. The search for missing security analyst Mwenda Mbijiwe took another turn in court on Tuesday as his family demanded that authorities produce him dead or alive and called for the arrest of the Inspector General of Police and the Director of Criminal Investigations. Represented by lawyer Evans Ondiek, the family accused the state of neglecting its duty and treating the case with utter disregard, calling the prolonged proceedings a circus that has lasted 4 years without resolution. He insisted that previous court or directives, this is now Ndiek, their lawyer, he insisted that previous court directives requiring the authorities to present Mbijiwe have been ignored, leaving the family without answers or closure regarding his disappearance. Ondiek further accused the police of showing contempt for court orders, arguing that the lack of action demonstrated a serious lapse in accountability by the security agencies responsible for investigating the matter. So Mbijiwe, security analyst, alipotea miaka 4 iliyopita.
Na mpaka sasa hajapatikana.
serikali imeambiwa through the family and their lawyer to produce this gentleman dead or alive.
Quick fast.
Swali ni assuming this is just us assuming he is in police custody or DCI custody or police custody 4 years, mnakamata mtu ni nini mnataka kujua juu yake?
Let me put it to you this way. You are assuming that they are in a place you know or understand. I have no knowledge apart from police cells. Jela Baridi was Mombasa. Industrial area and the prisons that one knows of. I have heard that the other places where people are kept, but I don't know where they are because nobody actually knows. I know Manyani, I know Shimalatewa, those I know of. Okay. I know of Naivasha, Nakuru, all the provinces had incarceration centers, committee. But the problem with the issues we've had in this country since independence, because to name a presidential term of office like during the Uhuru era, during the Kibaki era, the Moi era, Kenyatta era, you are talking about a state when the security apparatus that we had, except for the Uhuru era, were under an old constitution. They could disappear, you were not answer to anybody. They could not be taken to court. They'd say you are arrested. They'd say they released you and they don't know where you went, and that will be it. Uhuru is the one who was unfortunate. He came into the new constitution and we saw how he struggled with it. To the point where he said, Sasa Jamani, what do you want me to do? Huh? I would like to do this, but this is what the laws, what do you guys want me to do? Huh?
Jamaa amepotea. I remember when he disappeared, because they're saying here, Mbijiwe, a former KDF officer and well-known security analyst, disappeared on June 21st while traveling from Nairobi to Meru. His vehicle was later found abandoned near Nyeri, but no trace of him has been found since. And I remember he had come from, what is it called? An interview from one of the TV stations. I can't remember whether it was Inoro or Kameme TV.
4 years ago was the Uhuru era, chief.
Yeah. So jamaa alikuwa ametoka huko tu kuongea juu ya security, analyzing security on TV. As he left, that was the end. They never saw him again. It's actually very sad. 4 years later, the family has absolutely...
There are very many Kenyans who have disappeared in such a manner. And I'm talking about the Uhuru era and the Ruto era. Forget Kibaki and the times before. People speak of the Kibaki era as being a golden era. In many ways, economically, it was. But some of the problems that have bedeviled the Uhuru and Ruto era, they also had. Don't assume people are not disappeared. Don't assume people are not found in Rivayala.
Yeah.
No, they were found. Some coffee bushes somewhere in the middle of nowhere. They were found.
There's another what is he called? He was a journalist and he became a blogger. He was called Bogonko Bosire.
Yes.
Remember Bogonko Bosire?
Yes.
That guy disappeared in 2013.
Up to date.
It's been now 12 years. And I remember there's a time, probably some 3 or 4, 5 years ago, the family came out and said that, we need to know where this guy is. People in this country just disappear and it's a wrap, man. Anyway, let's move on to another story.
When you hear me speak and you hear me say that I would like all these individuals who purport to want to lead the country to tell us how it is they're going to address some of the issues that bedevil us, it is for such reasons. Because we talk education, we talk health, we don't talk security.
True.
None of these people who talk about wanting to be the leaders of this country talk about they touch on health, they may touch on education, they never talk about security. Why? So essentially we have a bunch of people who want to maintain the status quo and they want to prove that they are better by criticizing an incumbent.
But I also remember the president before he was when he was DP, he did say that in his government there will be no more abductions. People won't disappear into River Yala and all that.
That is not addressing the security issue. That is exactly what I'm talking against. Making bold, broad statements that you cannot follow up on. How are you going to stop it? How are you going to ensure? Do you know the circumstances that led to what you're saying you will not entertain? You see, solutions have very little to do with you telling us what you want to do. Solutions have very little to do with you telling us what these people are doing wrong. Let me repeat. We live in this country, we can see. We also hear, we know. Tell us something we don't know that people who are privileged like you and have been in power know. The machinery, the mechanism, the wheretofore that you will follow to achieve the results that you underline. But telling us that you will create policies, you will negate what this person has done, you might as well just keep quiet because you really are not telling us anything.
There's another blogger that also disappeared around the same time, in the early 2010s, thereabout. He used to expose the high and mighty, the rich and mighty, whatever. He used to expose their corrupt dealings to an extent of even exposing their nudes.
That's a person who had an insider giving him information.
Oh yes. And I think at one point he also had a hacker, or he was a hacker himself. Because how do you get pictures from my phone? So anyway, this guy was found dead. Unaona pale Nyayo roundabout? That roundabout, yes. He used to drive this 4x4. I think it was a Prado. Ilipatikana imeoverturn hapo. No one had reported that accident. No one reported having knocked him. There was no other victim other than him.
Was he alone in the car?
He was the only person who died in that car. He was alone, yes. So he died in the car.
Conspiracy theories abound.
So people say that perhaps whoever killed him made it look like an accident.
Perhaps. That's inconclusive because we don't know how he died.
Yeah.
Agweng's Kodhek is actually named after Agweng's Kodhek. Okay? That gentleman died. That roundabout that leads to DOD, goes up the road, the place we now refer to as Hellingham and so forth. He died somewhere along there. That's why that road was named after him. People refuse to accept that he just died. Roy Ungala was driving from Mombasa. He had an accident. It is said, 504, that bees entered the car and people said, what? Bees entered the car. There's a guy called Kungu Karumba.
Yeah.
Went to Uganda. Never came back. His whereabouts not known during the meantime. We have a history in this country where people important, perhaps not so well known, have disappeared or died under circumstances that are mysterious. JM, it was said, was killed. Circumstances around his death, people were blamed. But the overwhelming thinking was that somebody was overzealous. And in this case, the president was blamed. Robert Ouko died. Again, see, the question that, with reference to politicians, Tom Mboya was shot in broad daylight. The question one asks is, what threat could they possibly have been to the presidents when the president just needed to sack them? The president who appointed them. What threat could they possibly be? So it always brings down, it comes down to the question of, there are people who are around the president who seem to be the interpreters of the president's wishes, and they will implement them even if the president has not. Because sometimes you get the impression that the leader is just as shocked as the rest of the country says, who did this? Now he can't come out and say, I didn't order it. Remember, you've heard me say this. It's a famous theme of mine. Most political leaders, much as they may seem independent or strong, are not only under siege, but they're held captives by those around them. Because they depend on these people to carry out their wishes. They depend on these people to do certain things for them. If you're given to swimming and wrestling in murky waters, they're the ones who swim and wrestle in murky waters for you. So there are things they will do. You actually have to look the other way because you need them.
In modern times, they're called fixers.
Thank you.
They fix things for you.
And sometimes they create problems that weren't there. And then again, they go and fix the same problems they created.
Exactly.
Yes.
All right. Working for Ruto's government was my biggest mistake. This is according to JB Muturi. Hii story imeandikwa na Bradley Bosire on November 12th. This is this morning, yeah. Former Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi has said that his biggest mistake was working with the Kenya Kwanza administration led by President William Ruto.
He said why it was his biggest mistake?
Let me just read part of the story. He said, I was fired because they thought I'd disappear, but life goes on. Fighting for Kenyans' rights is not a crime. Working for this government was the biggest mistake.
Which rights are these that he's fighting for exactly?
I think, because remember his son was abducted also.
I recall vividly what rights of Kenyans
but
are these that he's fighting for.
He was fighting for the end to abductions. Yeah. And the killing of Gen Zs in the streets during maandamano.
Everybody was.
Yeah. So because he was an insider, like si tuliona ujama, he being a government, because at the time he was CS for what? Do I remember that position? Because he was AG, then hiyo kiti ya AG kaenda akakuwa CS, then former Public Service Cabinet Secretary. Yeah. So he was he moved from AG to Public Service, then Public Service to now being
to whom?
The head of his party.
To public defense.
Yes.
Bro.
So that time when he was in government is when his son was abducted, and that is when he was saying, "Bana, this thing should stop."
So you are arguing that had his son not been abducted, he wouldn't have spoken, because before his son was abducted, people had been abducted. Had they not? Look, man, this thing of principle after the fact, okay? It doesn't get me well, because even in the days of autocratic governments, someone called Martin Shikuku was an assistant minister. He was appointed. He disagreed with the KANU government and he was sacked. He's not the first person. But we had people. There was a guy called Siminya Chai.
I remember him.
Who was Minister for Finance.
Yeah.
Against all odds, he told the country, actually, guys, to be honest, we don't really have money. He was removed and taken to some nondescript ministry. Okay? We had people like the late Raila Odinga who disagreed with the people he was working with. He walked away. He said, hey, guy, he was a minister. He said, good. See you. Out. I'm simply saying, if this was such a big issue with you, the statement would have been truer and the statement would have had far more punch. If when you're in that position, you say, guys, I cannot sit by and watch this thing.
Therefore, I quit.
I'm leaving. Forget it. I can't be associated with this. Now that one is a position you can respect after the fact.
Okay.
No.
But he held several press conferences. He actually went to several police stations. He was in court several times while still, while he was still a CS. I remember kwanza kuna wakati sijui kuna wazazi walienda mahali kucomplain watoto wao wamepotea. And he went there and stood with them. And he also had other people in his company, I can't remember, but some other dignitaries with him from civil society and whatever. And he stood there and he said, guys, this is, and he's a CS at that time, eh? Na kwanza unaona bodyguard wake askari hapo.
Let me ask the question, had his son been abducted?
Sorry?
Had his son been abducted?
That time, yes, he had been abducted.
It's after the son had been
returned. Yes. His son actually was abducted and released within hours. And
the point I'm trying to tell you is this. As a parent, that thing can scare the living daylights out of you.
Oh, yes.
And it is painful as hell.
What I don't understand anyway is in the abduction, before they abducted or as they were planning to abduct his son, couldn't they just so walikuwa wamesema ni NIS ilikuwa imemchukua Nurdin Haji, siangemwambia tu Ebroni aje bwana, your son bana anachoma bana, si umwambie tu atulie.
I wish I knew
they had to go and abduct him.
I wish I knew more about how NIS functions. I wish. When it was Special Branch, there was somebody I knew who worked for Special Branch.
Yep.
He's the closest to somebody who ever explained to me what they did and how they did it and why they did what they did. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
This new service is new. They didn't just seek to employ police officers and give them that role. Civilians were brought in. They're data collectors. Okay? That's what they are. They are data collectors. But they have a wing and an arm that is armed.
Yeah.
Okay? They've always had them. But because the nature of their work, you don't know very much about it. In fact, if you knew much about it, they wouldn't really be doing their job very well, would they?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm saying for a senior government official such as a CS, NIS, through their boss or even a proxy, wangeenda tu ambie tu Justin.
The system doesn't work like that, Chief.
Wambie tu Justin Muturi niaje, bro, kuna operation tunafanya.
No.
Okay?
You are assuming that these people think the way you think. It doesn't work like that.
Kuna operation tunafanya.
Let me start by just alerting you to a simple fact.
Yes.
That NIS, all these institutions, they're independent, Chief. Once that person has that job, there's actually very little you can tell him.
I know. I'm just saying, to avoid this shida tuko na hapa in the public, waambie tu msee ni aje, bro, kuna hiyo operation tunafanya. Tunakamata hawa watu na kuna mali tunawapeleka tunawafinya. So why don't you do this? Can you talk to you? As a matter of fact, can you call him? I want to talk to him personally. The young man is called and is told, bro, brah.
What makes you think that hadn't happened?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying. Bro, cheki fanya hivi, kuna watu tunaona watembea nao pale akina nani na nani. Hiyo story wacha. Bro, tutakuchukua. I think ingefanyika hivyo, we wouldn't be having this issue right now with Mr. Justin Muturi.
Let me tell you just a story of somebody I was in college with.
Can I do the traffic first?
Do the traffic immediately.
All right. Let me tell Nairobians where the problem is.
Traffic.
I'm looking at the situation right here on maps, that is Google Maps, and I can tell you for a fact that it's looking A-okay. Pale Kibera kutoka huko mkiingia Ngong Road hamna shida yote. Raila Digaway hamna shida yote. Tukiangalia pale Ngong Road pia hamna shida. Ngong Forest kule Southern Bypass iko sawa. Langata Road looking fantastico. Then there's Mombasa Road. I almost called it Mombasa Way. Mombasa Road is looking good. Mara daima sehemu hiyo kulikuanga na traffic kitambo lakini siku hizi hakako. But there's an issue here on Airport North Road around pale Southfield Mall as you're approaching Mombasa Road. A little bit of traffic, but it's moving because this is a yellow line. So that means you guys are moving A-okay. Eastern Bypass also looking good. Wait. Pale karibu na Shooters Inn. There's a lot of traffic there. I don't know what's going on. But mmekamatana pale from Shell APTC stretching all the way to Astral Petrol Station in Utawala, bumper to bumper-ish, but everything else after that is A-okay. See something on the road I need to know? Well, you know where to find me. I'll let a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, Sidi, you are to tell me something. Tell it to me.
What I was telling you was what we call special branch or part of the police.
Yes.
We had 3 categories of individuals from what I was told and the information I gathered over time. There were those who masqueraded as students at the university. The only problem is whoever crafted that plot was not very clever.
Yes.
Because they forgot that some people would come back for masters. So somebody who was in your class, when you come back for your master's program, the person is still there. And they say, in undergrad, you wonder, when this person does he not ever graduate?
Yes.
Stories are told of how this fellow went to the headquarters of the police service and came across one former comrade. They even had a chat. They told him, yeah, this is exactly what I do. But the story that I found interesting was of someone who I think was in my block. And the story he told was how he was picked up at 2. He was given a file. Now this file, he read the Nyanti house.
Yeah.
Removed shoes, given a basin of cold water, put his feet inside the cold water. Nobody beat him up. He just told, take this file. He read the file through. A document was a Thursday. Document his activities for the week. And with every line kept getting shocked. Even the time he went to visit his girlfriend in a block nearby.
It was documented.
A place where, another block where he went and spent the night. It was documented. Then he gave back the file, put on his socks and shoes, was taken back to college. That guy left student activism. You've heard me joke and say a friend went and joined the Christian Union.
Yeah.
He came and joined the Christian
He's the one who joined it. Unokokanga hiyo siku. You literally see, hear, smell death.
He knew. I don't know that guy ever went to. I honestly don't.
Alitulia.
We graduated You know, these people just, you ask, where did so-and-so go? Nobody, others so-and-so went abroad, went to this. Nobody knows. Nobody seems to know. There's one such guy whom I was in a place in Migori County.
Yeah.
And I happened to encounter somebody who had a name that sounded like that person's name. And I asked him, would you know somebody by the name of so-and-so? He said, oh, that's my elder brother. I beamed and said, how is he? Said, oh, he passed away 3 years ago. Said, oh. He was a bit unwell, blah, blah, blah. All I'm trying to say is this. When you're a accommodating student, it's a time of great flourish and development for most people. Then you get into the daily grind, you actually disappear. But that was special branch for you.
Yeah.
NIS is a far more refined form. Okay? But security involves ensuring that the state doesn't fall into anarchy. Okay? And you must not be of the mistaken view that there are people who actually like anarchy and they seek to create it.
Okay.
That should never leave your mind. That everybody who seems to be striking and protesting, they're of the same mind. They are not. Why is it then do we hear of somebody whose entire shop has been looted? Those ones demonstrated, those were thieves. Some with the entire hardware gone, and people are marching, they're demonstrating. Those fellows didn't come to march. They targeted, they knew. When they got there, they went to work.
Okay.
The protest is camouflage for them. By the same token, it cannot be that you've served the government for a significant length of time, and then suddenly because you are out, the government is bad. That and I simply do not buy. It must be bad even at the time you're there, and you must stick out your neck and say it. Say, look, these these things we're doing wrong.
Yeah.
It's too much. You say, guys, I can't keep. We will remember you and say, so and so.
But City, it's never too late for you to speak out, whether you're inside, outside, or in between.
I unfortunately am a bit of an extremist on that particular one.
Sawa.
Yeah, yes.
Let's check out the Standard. Wanasema see here no evil. On the front page, this one is about the TSC. Kenya's largest employer of educators, the Teacher Service Commission, stands accused of turning the country's classrooms into cash cows for corrupt officials. The collusion of field officers to those at the headquarters reeks from job bribes and politicized recruitments to ethnic favoritism and stalled promotions. An EACC report paints a damning picture of rot and dysfunction inside the very body meant to safeguard teachers' welfare. As technology fails, morale plummets and unions cry foul. The question lingers: who will teach integrity when tutors are themselves under siege? Stories on page 4. So wamesema number 1, rampant corruption, bribes demanded for jobs, promotions and transfers, with TSC ranked among Kenya's most grafted-ridden institution. Number 2, inefficiency and bias, portal failures, stalled promotions and alleged ethnic and political favoritism in recruitment and advancement. And then number 3, teacher frustration, poor service delivery, unfair transfers and exploitative internship terms eroding morale and trust in the commission. This one is on pages 4. You can check that out. And then Museveni threatens war with Kenya over Indian Ocean. Ati? Let me read that again. Ethiopia locked in conflict with Somalia over similar dispute. So here they are saying that Museveni threatens, I'm assuming this is President Museveni. Museveni threatens war with Kenya over Indian Ocean. This story is on page 4 and 5. Wacha nitafungua baadaye niwaambie.
That story we need to hear. It's important. He will be the second president of Uganda to have threatened war on Kenya. There was a guy called Idi Amin who threatened to extend the border of Kenya to Naivasha.
I remember that story.
You remember that story?
Was that true or fiction?
No, it wasn't fiction.
It was true, eh?
There were murmurs, but why the fiction part of it was that story emanated and was heightened at a time when other things were happening. So our attention needed to be diverted elsewhere. Yes.
Nasikia pia this other side of northeastern ilikuwa ichukuliwe pia na Somalia.
Those are the early,
in the 1960s.
Yes.
Right?
It's called the Shifter War.
Yes. I remember the Shifter War started in 1963.
Yeah, they wanted to secede.
Yeah.
Those cities that followed.
Walikuwa sasa kina Abdurrahman wangekuanga huko Somalia. Sisi tungekuanga na country kadogo hivi tu.
If you think about what their complaints were about, you can understand why they wanted to secede.
Yeah.
They were neglected.
Yeah.
The colonial government had deliberately annexed that region and said they are not worthy of any consideration for development.
Yes.
Because it was assumed that there's nothing useful that could be gained from developing that region.
Yes.
Yes.
So on that page 4 and 5, you need to hear this,
Please.
Museveni warns of future conflicts over Uganda's access to Indian Ocean. So Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni has, in a veiled threat seen to target Kenya, warned of future wars in the EAC to secure access to the Indian Ocean. Speaking during a radio interview in Mbale City where he was campaigning, Museveni said blocking landlocked countries from access to the sea was madness, insisting Uganda was entitled to the Indian Ocean because of its economic and security needs. Kenya remains the key trade and logistics corridor for Uganda. Even if you want to build a navy, how can you build it when you don't have access to the sea? The ocean belongs to me because it's my ocean. I am entitled to it. In future, we are going to have wars, Museveni said. I'm sorry, guys, allow me to laugh. And at this point, I think I can never be allowed into Uganda because what I'm about to say. Sasa, unataka navy, ujenge navy pale Mombasa. Pale coast ya Kenya pale. Mimi nauliza tu.
Did they get this guy right?
No, they have quoted him, and I am assuming this is verbatim. This is what they have said.
And he was not referring to Lake Victoria.
Bro, and easy paraphrased, wacha nisome tena. Kenya remains even if now this is the president, Museveni. Even if you want to build a navy, how can you build it when you don't have access to the sea?
Yeah, but yes, a valid question. He can't build a navy because he doesn't have access to the sea.
So he wants to build
No. Where does he say he wants to build a navy? He's given an example. He's talking about an improbability.
Let me continue. He goes on to say, that ocean belongs to me. This is the president saying it.
Reading.
That ocean belongs to me because it's my ocean. I am entitled to it. In future, we are going to have wars. First of all, the ocean doesn't belong to anyone. The ocean belongs to all of us. Everyone. Whether you're in a landlocked country, whether you come from Asia, whether you come from Uganda, whether you come from Nigeria. The ocean, ni yetu sisi wote. That's why there are parts, that are international waters. So that one is, we are not even arguing about that. So where exactly does he want to build this navy? Because that navy has got to dock somewhere. And it will dock on either Kenyan land, Tanzanian land, Somali land, not Ethiopian, huko juu wanaitwa nani, akina Eritrea, Djibouti, they'll have to dock somewhere.
Further down, Mozambique.
There's Mozambique as well, Tanzania.
Durban.
Sasa unataka kujenga navy, alafu?
I will need to read that story myself for me to comment. Museveni is not mad. He is not mad.
There's another quote here still on him. How can you have a situation like this? Uganda is landlocked inside here, but where is my ocean? My ocean is the Indian Ocean. No, it belongs to...
I have gotten the point he was making.
Okay.
I have understood.
All right, make me understand.
When you... there's a term, it is written hyperbole, but it's pronounced hyperbole. When you want a point to be made, you exaggerate it and you hype it. That's where the word hype. You hype it.
That is where hyperbole came from.
Yes, exactly. So that it sounds, you're talking about an improbability, and someone goes, "What are you talking about? You don't have an ocean front." Okay, but the point is, I do not have an ocean front.
Yeah.
Okay, but I need access to it because I'm landlocked. Okay.
But I think we have given every other country in our neighborhood that is landlocked access. Even the ones that have access to the ocean.
There's a reason why he is complaining.
Which is what?
These thieving Kenyans have a tendency of fiddling with properties of other countries who use our ports to import things.
Okay.
He has complained about this before.
Then I think he needs to address that. Aseme kuna mtu hapa anaitwa City Muga, every time my shipment comes from Saudi or comes from India or China, ikifika Kenya, City decides to just give me hell on earth.
That complaint has been there for a long time.
We can deal with it that way.
We haven't dealt with it that way because if I know about it, it means it has happened before. And in the context in which he was speaking, which I don't fully still understand,
Right.
he was merely talking about something he has talked about before. It's just that now the reference points were a little, should we say, dramatic. But I do not see, he is not crazy. No,
I'm not calling the president crazy.
No, you are not. It is me who is saying that he is not a few eggs short of a dozen. He is clear-minded. He was making a point. Museveni makes points that way.
Okay, good, given. But you know, this is not the first time a senior official in Uganda has actually threatened to attack Kenya in one way or another.
No, you're talking about his son.
Umesema Idi Amin aliyetaka kuchukua Kenya. Was it Idi Amin?
No. You're talking about Muhuze.
Wait, we'll get to Muhuze in a minute. I'm talking about, Idi Amin alikuwa
kuchukua. Idi Amin was talking about.
Alikuwa kuchukua Naivasha, si ndio?
Yes.
Na irudi hivyo nyuma mpaka Uganda. Aya. The president's son, the first son. Si pia kuna wakati amethreaten kuja huko Nairobi.
That guy says so many things. Which ones are you going to take seriously and which ones are you not?
I believe they should all be taken seriously.
No.
Even if he's joking.
No, I don't think he's joking.
Even if he's hyperbole.
No. Hyperbole. That person just rambles.
But you understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand what you're trying to say fully. And I'm trying to get you to see that you must always contextualize what is said, because essentially the way you presented it is like Museveni was beating the drums of war. He is not.
Okay, mina, so unajua ni Star wamesema hivyo. Wamesema Museveni threatens war.
Whoever, so whether, you know our people also write some things sometimes that you
is this hyperbole?
What war? When you declare war, the whole world knows you've declared war because you will declare it.
Ngoja kidogo.
Look,
is this hyperbole?
This thing, you like the word, I can see.
From today I'll start using it. Right. So anyway,
excuse me, bro. Egypt told Ethiopia. Egypt, threats and all. This Grand Renaissance Dam, should you build it?
Mutakiona.
War. It's been inaugurated. It's working. Have you seen a war?
No.
Why?
Maybe pia.
It's on the Blue Nile, which emanates from the mountains of Ethiopia. And then it joins the Grand Nile and then heads towards where? Egypt. But Egypt
and into the Mediterranean
is dependent on that Nile for everything they do.
Totally get it.
Actually, so it's a serious security threat to them.
Have you flown over the Nile?
It was at night, so I wasn't sure I was flying over the night.
Bro, that thing is beautiful. And you can see, first of all, that river is massive.
No. It's everything I have seen about it, it tells me it is huge.
What we see on maps, it doesn't do it justice.
It's like a small little line.
Ukiangalia hizi map, by the way, you need to fly over that thing to understand the beauty of the Nile. But anyway, so what I'm trying to, I understand when Egypt wanna get.
So do I. So every dam that they have from Aswan and the others that they built over time, in the absence of the Nile, there is no dam. There's no water, there's no irrigation, there's no farming, there's nothing.
Yeah, there's no power.
Brother, they depend on it. The Blue Nile has a lot of water. So once they were assured that their water wasn't going to be interfered with, you don't hear of those threats anymore, do you?
No.
It quietened. Okay? In the same way, this matter that the Star is raising in such a dramatic fashion, if these matters are addressed, what it is that the president of Uganda needs the Indian Ocean for, we know and understand. There'll be no need for him to speak in the manner that he's speaking, will they?
Okay. Gazeti inasema nini?
Inasema Teki loses 1 billion pay in M-Pesa apps over ownership. The gentleman called Samuel Wanjohi. He is supposed to be the founder and director of Popote Innovations. He had taken Safaricom to an arbitrator's court over an app which he says these guys didn't use all of it, but they used some of it to create some other super app for M-Pesa super app. And the court has overturned the arbitrator's award. For me, this is music to my ears in this sense. Arbitrators' awards can be overturned. Yes.
Arbitrator awards can be overturned.
He has already been awarded. The arbitrator said, apewe. Court has said, asipewe. Yes.
We can reference back to the conversation we had here with...
You've understood it perfectly where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Yes.
With fanya mambo kidogo.
Yes. But let me tell you, this is an hour story. Have you talked about see, hear, no evil?
Yes, see our walimu, but you can still talk about
No,
it.
I'm not going to talk about it.
All right.
I'm talking about gold. Ikolomani.
Watu, lakini Waluo wamekuwa na gold for quite a while. Yep.
Ikolomani. There are those who say that Ikolomani was what the natives heard when somebody said gold mine. Then they heard Ikolomani.
Gold mine, Igolomani.
Yes.
Igolomani akina nani huyu jamani tuache Openje hapa.
Yes.
Openje no Igolomani.
Around that region.
Around your area.
Yeah.
All right. So what about the gold in
residents
Ikolomani?
Of Zulu and Bushiangala in Ikolomani, Kakamega County are on the verge of a windfall.
Ati Bushia what now?
Bushiangala.
All right.
Yes. I know somebody who has relatives who come from there. That's how come I know the place.
In Bushiangala.
I've even been there.
You've been to Bushiangala?
I have. I have.
So what is it?
A British firm has revealed massive gold deposits in the area and is now seeking clearance to mine the precious metal in a venture that promises fortunes for the investor, country, county, and local communities. I sent him a message saying, bro, your in-laws are rich.
Yeah.
Tell her immediately.
Wamepata yako pesa.
Yes.
Wamepata yako gold.
Gold.
Wamepata yako gold.
We actually do have gold, by the way.
Yeah.
If you look at the belt, Migori area, Rongo, Yotike area, that's in Migori County. If you look at the way these things traverse the areas, why it's called a belt.
Yeah.
You can actually follow the train. Unaona inafuata hivi, inafuata ikiendelea, and they all have specific names. And then you go to the Mara.
Yeah.
That same vein. Inaenda huko. It's not just gold. You've heard me say here on many occasions.
Yeah.
We are rich in mineral deposits.
Sisi. Oh yes.
Sisi. And almost every part of the country, literally almost any part. People talk about the coal in Akina Kitui, and that's part of the story.
Yeah.
They should look at what else Kitui has. Then they look at Shimba Hills, rare earth. God, it's like it's raining rare earth in those areas. I'm simply saying, not that we have the deposit. It is the way the people in authority treat these things. The public doesn't know. So you don't know it is mined, but you don't know who mines it.
Yep.
You don't know who benefits.
Yep.
Iron ore in Taita Hills. That thing has been mined, bro, for over 20 years. Most people, when I say this, you mean we have iron ore? Yes, we do.
Yep. Do you remember I told you where gold comes from? You remember where gold imetoka, eh? Gold comes from the hearts of dying stars.
Hearts of dying stars.
Yeah.
Dying stars.
Yeah.
Dying stars.
When stars die, they explode in a phenomenon known as supernova.
So that supernova,
yes.
Do you see a flare in the sky when it happens?
Yes.
And then they descend down to earth.
Now what happens is when ikifanya inalipuka hiyo, now this is a star. Heavy metals are created in that particular process. And then of course they are spewed into space. And some of them land on planets such as Earth.
So some of them landed a long time ago.
Many millions, probably even billions of years ago, right? Because there are very many stars that have died in very many years ago.
What kills stars?
They just explode. They finish. They what am I?
They have a life cycle.
Yes.
And that life cycle comes to an end.
You know, stars are made majorly of hydrogen, and then that hydrogen fuses becomes helium. So with time, they wanamaliza your fuel.
So gold is helium.
No. So when the star explodes, it's a process. Ninakwambia tu yani ile.
All right. So when it lands on Earth,
yes,
the other processes that take place because it interacts with whatever it finds in the soil.
It landed billions of years ago. So through tectonic plate movements, the earthquakes, what are they called? Eruptions of volcanoes and stuff. They came from the core of the Earth and closer to the surface.
And the compression that actually takes place in the core of the Earth.
So closer to the surface, and that's how you find places around actually volcanoes volcanoes, you can actually mine lots and lots of gold. But also just generally on the crust, because remember I said over millions and billions of years, it's been forming tu pole pole. So unaipata imekaribia closer and closer to the surface, and that's how you find it in riverbeds, you find it in mountainous regions, and also just places that have never been explored. You will find gold. That's how gold was found. So it's not that it formed in space, landed here, and that's how we have it here. Even water.
Who came up with that theory?
Came from space. It's not a theory. It's actually.
It is a theory.
It is.
The theory is the explanation of what it is that we have, and I'm asking the origins and how it emanated. I'm not saying it is not true.
Because we are not a science lesson or a science show. Nitakwambia.
Oh, sorry.
I'll direct you to the right place where you can find all this information. But right now, though, here's the news with one Winnie Magangare. Oh, no, that's just Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The cabinet has approved the establishment of a Kenyan embassy in the Vatican City. The move is aimed at strengthening diplomatic engagement with the Holy See and advancing Kenya's global moral and development diplomacy. The Vatican City, home to the Holy See and the seat of the Roman Catholic Church, is recognized as a key player in international peace building, humanitarian work, and interfaith dialogue. Additionally, the cabinet also approved the opening of 2 new embassies in Copenhagen, Denmark, and Hanoi, Vietnam. 4 police officers accused of killing a colleague will remain in custody after senior resident magistrate Emily Cherop declined to rule on their detention, saying her court lacked jurisdiction. The prosecution had sought to hold the officers for 14 more days to allow the DCI to complete investigations, a request opposed by defense lawyer Danstan Omari, who argued the state had no grounds to continue holding them. The magistrate ordered that the officers remain in custody until November 25th, pending a ruling by a court with proper jurisdiction.
Having reached here in my analysis, the result appears eminently tautological. The application here largely succeeds. There are no compelling reasons for the continued pre-charge detention of the applicant, or the concerns raised by the state can be accommodated without the very radical measure sought and granted to the state to hold the applicant pre-charge for 11 days in the circumstances of this case. I must return to the words I stated in Joseph Thiongo case, Supra.
Police in Kisii are holding a 72-year-old man for allegedly killing his wife and burying her body at their doorstep. The body of the 54-year-old woman was discovered 2 months after she went missing in September. Her husband, John Agacha, had earlier claimed he did not know her whereabouts. Kisii Central Police Commander Musa Imai has confirmed the incident.
Tumepata kuchimbua mahali pale ambapo kulikuwa kumeonekana kumezikwa mwili ya yule mama, na hakika hivi sasa vile ninavyozungumza tumepata kufufua mwili ambayo kulingana na uchunguzi wetu wa mwanzo inaonyesha kwamba inaweza kuwa ni mwili ya yule mama ambaye aliripotiwa kupotea.
Inaonekana alikuwa amezaa musika kitambo, sasa mvua imenyesha hapo, huwezi onekana kama mtu alikuwa amezaa siku hapo.
The Senate Committee on Health has urged the Kiambu County government to implement redundancy measures in the management systems at Kiambu Level 5 Hospital. The recommendation aims to address delays and long queues faced by patients. During an inspection of Kiambu Level 5 and Karuri Level 4 hospitals, They raised concerns over the frequent system outages at the facility, among other challenges. Here is Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Ningependa kuambia wafanyikazi wa kaunti ya Kiambu na haswa wa hospitali hii, ni nyinyi mchukue jukumu pia, kwa sababu governor amewapa kazi. At least muweze kuensure ile kidogo ipo mnaweza kuutilize maximumly. Ukiona wagonjwa wote wanafurika hapa, kuna ile sababu inawaleta hapa, na inaweza kuwa ni zile services wao wenyewe wanapata. Lakini zile mambo tumeona ambayo inaweza rekebishwa, irekebishwe. Ma MCS pia niwape challenge. Haiwezi kuwa sisi ndio tunakuja kuonesha kwamba pipa la taka limejaa pale.
The United Nations Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has called for investigations into the deaths of Tanzanian citizens allegedly caused by security forces during and after October 29th general election. In a statement released on Tuesday, November 11th, Turk pointed to reports of hundreds of protesters' bodies allegedly being taken by Tanzanian authorities to undisclosed locations. He noted that the UN office has been unable to independently verify the casualty figures due to the volatile security situation in the region and the internet shutdown following the election. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with CT Muga in the studio. And we also have another legend as far as journalism is concerned. But amesema yes, kuzi atameretire. Anataka kutulia afanya mambo mengine. We shall be getting into that conversation in a second or two. But before we do that, let me just give a few shout outs to the folks who have honored us with some salamus on YouTube. Josegi, how are you doing? You're saying good morning, CT, watching from Nkubu in Meru County. Tony Ocheng, good morning, Mr. CT, and Paul watching live from Kakamega. Michael Olande anasema good morning CT and Movie. Good morning Mike. Douglas Kibogong, morning CT and Movie. And Edna, mpaka amesema lazima Edna salimiwe leo. Okwa Simiti amesema Kimilembe from Bungoma, I admire how City digs for the truth behind the narrative. He is teaching us the essential skills of asking the hard questions and refusing to take things at face value. I agree. My take anasema, question is, was he a good speaker during Unye's time? I'm sure Mili would say no in capital letters. I wonder who ana refer to hapa hivi. Tumeongea watu wengi leo.
Do not worry, because we will know. Just ask them, who are they speaking about?
All right. Nell anasema morning Movie and City. If you see someone purporting to be a hunter carrying a goat, that's not a hunter, that's a thief. Joel Odondi, good morning, good people. Say hi to CT. It seems to me that CT is growing young every day. Is he preparing for police recruitment so that he is eligible? I don't know. Tony Ocheng anasema hyperbole. Then we have Abraham Latin watching live in Molo, and then Brian Washira. Good morning, good people. Good morning, Brian. Njuki Mungai amesema morning gang, happy to be here. Njuki, thank you so much for tuning in, folks. Let's get down to business. In studio, we do have our guests for this particular hour. He is a former press secretary for Raila Odinga's 2022 presidential campaign secretariat, and we want to talk about Kenya after Raila. and what it will take to run a successful presidential campaign. Welcome, Dennis Onsarigo. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Good to see you finally face to face.
Yes.
Mbuvi and City, and I think I agree with one of the people there who sent a message saying that City looks a bit young.
Yeah,
I thought he was a bit older, but he looks very young. Yeah,
he's
in very high spirits as well.
Yeah. Which is a good thing. You know, I was actually talking to my girlfriend the other day, nikimwambia to Dennis Onsarigo, and I remember how you used to end your reports, man. That was awesome.
Asante sana.
Yeah,
asante sana.
Kazi ilikuanga safi sana.
Thank you so much. I got to know that when I left.
Really?
Yeah, when you step out of, it's a bubble. When you step out of that place, you realize, oh, fine, this was big.
Yeah.
This was major. But we did what we had to do. I think it was service to country and and the industry as well. But here we are.
The show was case files, right?
Yes.
You used to go to prisons.
Exactly.
Talk to this, prisoners, incarcerated people.
Inmates.
Inmates,
yeah.
Yes. I remember one story in particular. You spoke to this person who said that he killed his entire family and he couldn't remember that particular process, and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
And you did many of these stories. How did you get out of it sane?
I'm very sane. I've gone for a mental checkup.
Yeah.
I'm very sane.
How because some of those stories were very horrific.
They were. I mean, they were very mind-tasking, to be very honest, and you get to understand why people do things they do. But again, among those people, they're also liars. They're people who killed. I mean, you look at the evidence; they did kill. But I remember the story you're talking about of this guy. He came from somewhere in Eastern.
Yes.
I think it was in Kitui, if I'm not wrong. He's now out. He was released, was pardoned by the president.
Nice.
But I came to realize that there's a moment of insanity when you get in that rage of killing someone. You temporarily, I think, get carried away and become something else. And that is very true.
Yeah.
When he said he can't remember how he killed his 7 family members, I agreed with him. And they used to come and see him in prison all the time he was there, and the wife never even married. She didn't remarry until he was released. I can't remember his name, but he's happily somewhere now, trying to raise another family again. Tough for him, but it's life. I mean, people kill for various reasons. But
do you keep in touch with the people that you interviewed?
Yeah, a few of them, to be honest, a few of them. But jail time is very different. Jail time is very, very different. And when you come out here, you've lost a lot of time and space to do so many things. So by the time, like there's one who was released, I think he was jailed when he was 14 for taking part in a robbery in Nakuru, and he was released 35 I think years later. You're coming out and then you're trying to raise a family. So when I went to see him in Nakuru, he had
14 to 48.
Exactly. He had a 6-month-old baby, and finding yourself in that space, you've lost entire adulthood life. It's not funny. It's tough for these people.
It
so
is tough.
35 years.
Exactly.
35, bro.
35 years. Yes, it's a long time.
Did
in
somebody
prison.
die in that robbery?
Yes, a lady was. I think they went to rob an Asian lady in Nakuru, and what she did, I think she alimeza some of the jewelry in the process, and they split open
they cut her up to get the jewelry.
Yeah, to get the jewelry, and it was a very horrific case.
Yeah.
But they deny that that's not what happened.
You see, what I find strange though, he was a minor.
He was a minor, yes.
So how exactly does, anyway, it's a legal question, but I'm thinking aloud.
Yeah.
How does our constitution, how did it then handle minors in such cases?
I think you go into a juvenile prison first. Then when you attain the age of standing trial at 18, then now you go to
But therein lies a problem.
Yeah.
The crime was committed when you're 14, not when you become of age.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. So anyway, the point I'm raising is, it talks about our penal system, and it also talks about the judiciary that we have now, and what we had then, and how you could slip through. A 14-year-old is a child.
No, there's a 9-year-old who killed a 7-year-old, and she was jailed for life. She was at Langata.
Here in Kenya?
Yes. I interviewed her when she was around 25 or something like that. So you wonder then, what is this person doing in prison? I don't know whether she's out. I remember her name, she was called Chebet. Yeah, and she was a house girl.
A 9-year-old house girl.
Yes, she killed a 7-year-old, and she was jailed.
Was this 7-year-old part of the household? That
Yes.
she was working in?
So she was jailed for life. So I don't know how even the judge got to that level of jailing this 9-year-old, but that is the law. That's what they say. So she was jailed.
Actually,
Yeah.
there's a matter of the law, since we're talking about the law, that Justice Odunga heightened. The issue of minors in relationship. A 17-year-old boy has a relationship with a 16-year-old girl. Our laws would call it statutory rape. And yet it was consensual. Their friend, they even, okay? Now, he was saying, but this doesn't make sense. This law, it's there, but it doesn't make sense. These fellows are not very different in age. Okay? So you jail this person for statutory rape. He's 17 years old.
Sharia, bro.
Now, there was an even more nonsensical one. There was a 17-year-old boy who had a relationship with a woman who was 30. She was jailed again because she was having a relationship with a minor. But she said, but this guy, you don't ask your boyfriend for his ID. He looks 20-something.
They're built like that. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Now you've got
Pure African man.
Yes.
There was actually an athlete, I think it was last year, also caught in a similar situation. An athlete with a minor, mahali na huko Rift Valley. Anyway, we shall have these conversations at a different time. Dennis Onsadigo, tutakuita hapa sasa tuongee juu ya kazi yako na journalism and how you actually, because me I want to find out after years of talking to these people and hearing these gruesome murders and just and hiyo kitu bana, it can change a human being. Yeah,
That's true. I agree with you.
All right. Let's talk about Baba. How was it working with Baba, especially during a campaign season?
No, to be honest, I'll need 15 years that I worked for him to explain, every single day what kind of a person he was. But Baba Man was a very pragmatic human being, very, very, very sentimental as well. And I keep saying that if Baba was not a politician, then he should have become a poet and a musician.
Is that so?
That's exactly what he was. So that was Baba for you. But he was also a very good listener. And was very, very, very, very patient. So the many years I worked for him, it was not only Raila Odinga, he was a father to us. And we never used to call him Your Excellency or Prime Minister, or we used to call him Mzee. Yeah, that's what he was to us. He was Mzee. Yeah.
And like you said, he was very polite, chilled.
Very, very polite, very chilled, and very thoughtful as well, and very present as well. Raila Odinga is one guy who you'll go see him in his house with your family, for example, and then after 2 or 3 months he'll ask you how are the kids doing,
and he remembers the kids' names.
Exactly. He remembers them by name. And I keep saying that Raila was a man with a memory of an elephant but a heart of a dolphin. Yeah, those are the two extremes of Raila Odinga for me. So he was a great man. I think this country lost a great man. Personally, I lost a very good friend and a confidant. And they expanded Odinga family. Forget the nuclear family. The expanded Odinga family got a very big hit because he was an economic mainstay for many of us across the country. So I feel for those who worked for him. And we still mourn.
Yeah. Again, going back to the question of campaign season, it must have been an intense time because there's all this communication, there's strategy, and there's how and this is Baba we are talking about. We're not talking about any other presidential candidate. Must have been one hell of I'm looking for the right word, but it just give us the environment of campaigning for Baba. Especially for someone who's an insider. Forget the people hapa nje wenye wameweka Baba across their shops, their vehicles are brand. Kuna wenye sasa mlikuwa mna make sure hiyo kazi imefanyika.
Every time Baba quote unquote lost an election, because as far as we're concerned, Mzee never lost any election in this country. His elections were stolen from him. every time he lost an election, we'll sit in a room and then start building again. Raila Odinga was a believer in coalition building. He believed that there's safety in numbers and numbers matter, and bringing together political figures and players. So that's Raila for you. So he built from scratch. So every time we lost, people will abandon us, and then we'll start again. So Mzee will call you and say he's going for funeral somewhere. Can you accompany him? He'll send you a photo of Gidongo and George Kegoro, for example. They're having a meeting somewhere. So you start seeing he's building something. So he used to build blocks and blocks, research, a team of lawyers here, political experts, religious leaders. So we will move from one house to another. But this was not known to the public. We will leave here, go to Nakuru and meet some religious leaders in some house. And it will make sense to you as you move along. We will leave here and meet lawyers in Westlands, and then so he's moving things. He's thinking of legislation as far as IEBC is concerned. What are the issues that we need to have dealt with IEBC? What are the issues that we need to deal with National Police Service, for example? So he needs letters to be written there. So you will not see it, but in the at the appointed time you'll start understanding that he's building something, and then now he'll put in place a team. So Raila was, I think, because of his past political journey, Raila never believed in having one team. Because one team is a fortress, and it's easier for you to attack a fortress. So he used to have many teams running things at the same time, but they had a lot of synergy at the end of the day. So he will bring in someone. So you're doing communication, you bring in someone else to shadow you in communication. You bring a lawyer, he brings another legal expert, so that you keep moving. So we had many satellite offices, not in Nairobi, not in Kampala. We had many offices across in Africa. And but Raila was owned by the people. I mean, he was a man. Raila was not Raila Odinga. Raila was owned by the people. So even the campaign was owned by the people. So Raila was just a vehicle for this campaign. So it was both humbling to be in that, and it's also it was chaotic, very chaotic.
I can imagine.
Yeah, very, very chaotic. So there was a place for chaos in Raila Odinga's campaign. There was place for calmness in Raila Odinga's campaign, and there was a serious place for pushing for what is right for the country in Raila Odinga's campaigns. So it has those three layers.
There's a point where you've mentioned people abandoned him after elections and he had to rebuild again. For me, abandoned is a very heavy word. Did people actually abandon Baba, considering Baba was Baba? I never thought Baba would die, For me, he was an immortal being. I mean, I know he would die, yes, but I never figured he would die in 2025, for instance. Someone abandoned Baba?
I mean, those who worked for him, that's what we felt, but it didn't feel like that. But for Raila Odinga was different, and as I said from the start of the onset of this conversation, that Raila was a very pragmatic politician. We had instances where, let's say in 2013, we had Moses Wetangula on our side, as an example, and he leaves us. And then in 2017, Wetangula shows up again, for example. And then, so Raila will stop everything else to go for this Moses Wetangula. And we are sitting in a room, sitting with so much rage. We are asking ourselves, why should Mzee go for this guy who abandoned us? But Raila was very pragmatic. I remember there's a time where in Nakuru, there's a lady politician
who abandoned us.
Yes, there's a lady politician who joined Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017, and she was bashing us and saying Raila is a con man, all those things. And then we go to Nakuru, and then someone was asked to alight from a chopper so that the lady can board the chopper. But in Mzee's head, he knew, I'm going to Kikuyu next. I need this lady to go to speak to the people in Kikuyu. But from our inexperienced view about politics,
you hold a grudge.
You can't do that to us. This lady was after us in 2017, for example. So that was Raila for you, pragmatic and very focused. So he was abandoned. We have lost elections where, I remember in 2017 when we lost the elections, the following day I was in Karen, and I was the only person in the compound. It was me, Mzee, and Mama Aida in the house. The previous day, you could not even find a place to move. There was no parking.
Yeah.
So I sit there, ask Mzee, so what does this mean? He says, we start again. Yeah, we have to.
We forge forward.
Yeah, we start again. So I say, Mzee, I'm confused. I mean, I'm seeing darkness. And Mzee says, no. What are you holding in your hand? I had a feeling this is a Moses moment. I mean, are we having a Bible conversation here where Moses was asked by God, what are you holding in your hand? He said, I'm holding a stick. So I said, Mzee, I'm just holding a fork and a knife. He said, then I'm also holding the same. Choose the knife or the fork. We start digging. I know you're feeling that you're in a dark room with four corners and there's no light. So let's start digging. And I saw the light in 2018 when there was a handshake between him and Uhuru Kenyatta, and he called and said, do you remember we had a conversation about a dark room and a dark man in a dark room with no lights? I said, Mzee, I remember. So it's happening on the steps of Harambee House. That was Raila for you?
There's because you see, I support Liverpool, and every time Liverpool,
I support Arsenal.
Nice.
That's for the record, yes.
Okay, mko pale juu lakini tunakama. Every time Liverpool loses, I my heart sinks. You know, and I feel I'm sad, but the next day, and it will take a while until the next game and then next match, and then I'm thinking, guy, pia tuta lose. Then we lose, and then it sinks even deeper. I can imagine now elections are way more intense. I can't even compare them. But the reason I've chosen football is because that's the level I can relate. Losing an election when you've spent millions, perhaps even billions. How was Baba the next morning?
As he was the previous night.
No way.
I swear. That was Raila for you. And again, let me give you an example. In 2017, we have our tallying center somewhere in Westlands. It's midnight. We have rejected elections. We are going home, following them in Karen. And then, but just before we leave, just before we reject the elections, he stands up and says, we tell him now, Mzee, we need to go and address the media. It's midnight. Everyone has left. You know, this election is very funny. You have several levels of elective positions. You have an MCA who has won his seat. He wants to go back home and talk to his constituents. You have a governor who has won his seat. The name of, let's say, James Orengo is in Nairobi at the presidential center. We have lost an election, but he has to go back and celebrate with his people in Siaya. So the team becomes very small. So, but before, let's take for example what happened in 2017. When we realized we have lost it has been taken away from us. Mzee stood up and said, I have not lost this election, the country has lost. So his view about losing an election was very different from our view. In 2022 he said again, democracy has been stopped. So but the loss is heavy, but because he's a general and he's leading us to war, he didn't have room for emotions. I've never seen Raila in an emotional state. The only time he's in an emotional state is when Arsenal has scored a goal or a judge has said something in court and he's laughing and he has this slow building laughter. I have never seen any other side of Raila Odinga. That was Raila for you. And so yeah, we never personally experienced my dreams were shattered because I'd relied so much on these elections. It was so bad for us. So he was there comforting us instead of us comforting him.
Yes.
Yeah.
In terms of his allies, you've mentioned his very close ally. Like, for example, you've mentioned James Orengo. Then we know of the others such as, Anyang' Nyong'o and Oparanya. So many people around him. How strong and supportive was his support system?
Strong and not strong, to be honest. The core team that worked for Mzee, they were very supportive, and because we knew we have now lost an election, we need to wait for direction from Mzee. But quickly the team will now say, do we go to the Supreme Court? What do we do? Do we assemble a team of lawyers? So at the time, his closest allies, Orengo and Anyang' Nyong'o and Junet Mohammed and Hassan Joho will show up and say, we need a plan. So they'll come up with a plan, sit down with Mzee and say, Mzee, we need to contest this. So what do we need? We need resources, we need lawyers, we need a center to work from. Like in 2017, it was very, very hard for us to do it because we were being hunted down by the state from every corner. We ended up setting up a base in Mzee's house. So
in Karen?
Yes, in Karen, so that we can have all this evidence put in place, because they were being hunted down from every corner. So then the core team had a lot of support from Mzee. But as I said, when you've won an election as a governor, you really have to go back and set up your government.
Yeah.
So they will show up when they're needed. So we have a meeting at KICC. Mzee is coming to address the media there. So they'll show up just because of politics.
Okay.
But the core team never left Mzee, and the core team was always with him.
Okay.
But he was there for us, in fact, not the other way around. Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the broad-based government. What can you tell us about the relationship, especially going towards 2027? Because now that is what is on everybody's mind, everybody's lips. Was he to support Ruto to run for a second term? Was he to, offer someone within ODM to run along with President Ruto into 2027?
Someone will accuse me of saying that when did Baba tell you this? So we have to run away from that because my relationship with Mzee is if I had to tell the media something, that I had to tell him, Mzee, I'm planning to go and say this, and he'll say it or something. But he's not here. So whatever he told me about the broad-based government, I think it's something between me and him.
Yeah.
But going, if I put it into perspective, in 2017,
right?
And I keep saying that because we are here again in 2022, where there was another handshake between him and the president. Yeah. In 2017, we were opposed to a handshake between him and the president, but he sat us in a room and said, listen, this election has been taken away from us, but we have a country, and we need a place to step on so that we can have a conversation about this country. And the place to step on is the Kenyan soil. So if we don't have peace in this country, then we cannot have a conversation. And you cannot have a structured conversation with, quote unquote, a duly elected government. Of course, that's what the law says, because when you've won, you've won. You cannot have a conversation like that as a militia group, because the state is treating us as a militia group. So we need to close ranks, sit and have a conversation. And I think that was Mzee's thinking again in 2022. I saw a different Raila Odinga after 2022. He had matured with time, and it was
Is it matured or mellowed?
He had mellowed. My apologies. That's good English. City. He had mellowed with time, and because of this process of having his election stolen from him over and over again, I think he felt it is time now to have a conversation about this country. And again, let me put his community at the center of this conversation. This community has gone through a lot over the years. A lot. Since Jomo's time. This community has borne the brunt of police excesses. I think there's no community that has suffered a heavy political loss so that this country can be where it is, like the Luo community, to be very honest. So I think he got also to a point and said, what can I give back to my people or to the political bases that have supported me over the time, especially Coast. You look at the appointments he suggested to the president, Hassan Joho. Look at the appointments suggested to the president, Opio and James Mbadi, all those things. It gives you an idea where he had reached. And I don't think people were saying Mzee was planning to run in 2027. No, I don't think he was planning to run. I think he was planning to support a side that wanted to take this country to another level. And there was a feeling among Mzee's people, even in this broad-based government, there was a feeling that Mzee atawaruka at some point. I don't think that was going to happen. I think, let me borrow his line, that Mzee had mellowed over time. So I have a feeling he could have gone all the way with President Ruto to the end. That is my feeling.
Yeah.
But again, having ODM in a strong position. And from my small political instincts, I felt that we were likely to have some sort of coalition in 2027, either between UDA and ODM, and move the country forward. Yeah.
Don't diminish your political instincts. You can't be in the media for as long as you've been and have small instincts. You have instincts, and they're very, very acute instincts. You said that after every electoral cycle, people abandoned Raila. From what you observed over time, because you said you were there for 15 years, why do you think they left?
Politics.
Because they did leave.
Yeah, they left. I'll give you an example of a former governor who abandoned us in 2022, and this is a governor, Mzee made member of parliament. He made him governor 2 times, and we were there in 2022 doing our campaigns, and he could not show up. We waited for him for 2-3 hours. I mean, he kept us waiting. We got to Malindi airport. We could not find our way to, because we thought he will. I mean, you're the host. We thought this guy will make sure that Mzee gets to a place where he's going to rest. So we were left scrambling to get sure Mzee gets somewhere. And those things got into us, but it never got to Mzee. But to answer your question, yes, politicians live for only one reason. You go where your interests are met, and if you don't believe in some ideology, you don't believe in Raila Odinga's views, then you leave. But somehow they come back to him. They always come back to him. He never leaves. So they left because they felt, his political fortunes have dwindled, or there's an opportunity somewhere, or something else. But people have stuck with Mzee. They have grown politically. People have left. Others have gone down badly. I've seen that happen. But they abandoned him when they felt it is time to strike a deal with another political party, with another political leader.
You know what happens with political leadership and power and money that often follows? The individuals change, but you don't realize it. The person who was helped at the very beginning is not the person you're talking to now.
Garissa.
Because even if they're just a member of parliament, that changes people. We see it all the time. If they are governor, it changes them even more. They actually get to a point where they actually think they got themselves that particular position.
Exactly.
And so they do not need to listen to anybody or talk to anybody. The realization that that is not true comes a lot later when they've suffered and things have gone very, very wrong. But the reason why I ask is the leaving of Raila epitomizes a political culture that we have. And it is devoid of principle in this sense. It is like the political culture that we have in this country is a commercial one. Somebody simply does not believe in an ideology. They do not believe in even serving the people. They talk about, everybody talks about serving the people. Everybody, like now, everybody talks about supporting Gen Z. Everybody talks about it. Even people who probably don't even understand that particular term. But the idea that you're actually going to stand by something that will eventually make the lives of the citizens better, that seems to be absent from our politicians.
I agree with you. I'll not even call it commercial. I'll call it transactional, to be honest. Because when these people sit in a room, look at the coalition. Look at the coalition articles deposited with the Register of Political Parties. It gives you an idea what kind of politics we're talking about in this country. That I will support you, but you'll give me the position of, and then you'll give me 6 principal secretaries, you'll give me 2 CSs. And when these people sit in a room and say, but I spent, let's say, 10 billion, I have to recoup back. So we go into politics not to serve the people, but to accrue. And for the record, I have a feeling that between 2013 and 2017, the government that was in power was a transactional government. I mean, people sat and said, let's create a budget, but let's also create a budget that mirrors biashara. And before that, the government was something else. So I think after 2013, up until now, government has been something else. Yeah, how government approaches development, how government approaches offering services to the people is, I have a feeling, and I could be wrong, it's very, very, very different. So yes, people sit in a room and say, we're going to win this election, I'll give you this. But what about the people who voted for you then? What about the people you brought to the table for this conversation? They have not gotten anything at the end of the day.
The people are often lost in that conversation. They are, because if you just look at the amounts that we budget for key areas, if you talk about education, talk about health, you talk about security. I mentioned these three because they're important. And then you look at what it is the money ought to have been spent on, because all these things are documented. You find huge gaps. Huge. If the budget, say, for education is 701 billion, you start doing the maths, and then you start going into what actually happens. You talk capitation. It's supposed to be 22,000 shillings per student per year, but they end up getting 16 or 14. Yes. And then you hear, I do not have evidence, but you hear, the people who release this money expect some of it to go back to them.
Yes.
You look at the massive projects that we have under education. Right from the time the CBC was started before it became CBE, it went completely against any rule of thumb with regards to changing a system. How do you verbally change a system? You haven't trained people in it. You haven't ensured the infrastructure that is supposed to support it is there. So you're cobbling as you go along. Then you throw in huge amounts of money for desks. You throw in huge amount of money for labs. And the labs end up just being one room without any equipment. And then you're told that the budget went into these things, and the maths doesn't make sense. You go to university education, you find similar stories. You go to TVET, and some of these are actually assisted by partners. What I'm saying is this. All the things that we consider a problem can be structured. You look at the service, the police service. You look at some of the shoes those people walk in. Then look at where they live. Now that kills me. And then this is the same person you expect to wake up every morning, wake up at night to go and pick up a body that has been decomposing somewhere, God knows where. Supposed to come to some place where thieves are robbing and they are armed. This person. There's a police friend of mine who told me once that, sometimes it's very interesting. You haven't eaten the whole day and there's a chase and somebody expects you to run after this. You haven't eaten the whole day. There's time, but you also don't have the money. Now, why am I giving this background? Against this background, what I fail to understand, because Raila seemed to have known this better than I do, and he was saying, guys, we need to guard against this. When you come across these politicians who always have conversations about what they want and not about the people, because even right now when we hear about the coalitions and the united opposition, do you hear of anything about what they're going to do to help the people?
No, they're not there.
Did you hear it anywhere? No, it's always about them and what they're going to do. Now, do they fully understand the ramifications of this? Because the citizens are watching.
I don't think they do, to be very honest. But things have changed. I think at the moment, this country is having a serious political consciousness where people like us who have, we were programmed that you lose an election, it's okay. Now there's government in power, so you don't have to talk about politics. When you start talking about siyasa, they tell you, wait for 2022, wait for 2017. You cannot always be politicking. You can't. Raila cannot always put this country.
And yet they politic themselves
every day. But that has changed after 2022. I don't think there's a time where my generation and this generation that was on the streets last year have come to a point where they're talking about 2027. We are in a permanent campaign mode as a country as we speak. Away from the platforms, these conversations are ongoing on TikTok, on Twitter, on social media. These conversations are ongoing. This is different. But I don't think, for example, government understands this. I don't think for instance, the United Opposition understands this, that people want a say in how they want to be governed, let's say in 2027. And when you look at the newspapers, when you look at the commentaries, people are saying as long as the president has gotten Gideon on his side, then he has the people. Raila was not that kind of a person. Raila used to ask us, fine, we are moving like this, but where are the people? Where are the people in this? Yeah, we tried this thing with the BBI when it was handed over to us by Uhuru Kenyatta. This thing was not flying. It wasn't. We went, spoke to people, and then one day I sat with him. I said, this BBI thing it's not flying. Then he said, yes, when you talk to the people and they're not amused. I mean, so he tried to break it down for them, what BBI is going to do for the people. People could not buy it. So then I said, Mzee, allow me to ask you what you always ask us. Where are the people in this? Where are the people? Because Raila Odinga was this man who believed, I'll come with the people to the table to negotiate.
Yeah.
But Kenyan politics has changed. We go negotiate first, we go look for the people. And I will tell them, this is what we have gotten for you. But I have a feeling, and I could be wrong again, that this country has morphed into something else, into a time bomb. And if we're not careful, then we all have to sit on a table in 2027.
Yeah.
As Gen Zs, as millennials, as a political class. They rejected the incoming, the incumbent, the outgoing. This country must have a conversation with itself, because I don't think we're going to do things the same way and expect different results. I don't think it's going to happen like that.
What do you predict as far as 2027 is concerned, and not necessarily candidates, but in terms of our voting pattern as a country?
I think we have three groups here. We have people voted for this regime who feel it has worked and who feel it has not worked. That's one demographic. We have this generation, this Gen Z generation that showed up from nowhere, but it's now here with us.
It came from
it came from nowhere, but it's a wild storm now.
These guys were just here.
Yeah, they were just here, but we never listened to them. They were in the house. We never listened to them as parents.
Yeah,
but they are now here. People keep downplaying and underrating this generation of Gen Z. They also have they must also have a conversation with them. And then there is the Raila Odinga constituency, which has no leader now. And as much as, to be honest, as much as the acting party leader will tell you ODM is intact, as much as Gladys Wanga will tell you ODM is not going anywhere, no, there are forces in ODM. There are people who have different ideas about a party. People who are running for office now who are popular, but have never gotten a chance to run on an ODM ticket because of many other reasons. Maybe they were not the first ones on the table when decisions were being made, or people are waiting for Raila Odinga to hold their hands. I know them; they are here, they're waiting for him to come and endorse them for their first term or their second term. That is over. And then you have a nation that government feels it has done what it was supposed to do. It has delivered. I think the president was saying he has done 8 out of the 10 things he had promised for the Kenyan people.
Which president?
President Ruto. But there are people who feel he has not done it. Okay, so then that's a conversation must have. But what I think will happen in 2027, because we are a democracy, we will have an election.
Yeah,
we will have an election, because if we cannot have an election, then we cannot have a country. But we are going to have a coalition government of sorts, a compromise government.
Okay,
post 2027.
So what you're saying is, assuming President Ruto clinches a second term, he will need to have a coalition, a handshake with someone.
We must have that conversation.
And if
I don't think there'll be. I don't think.
Or are you saying whoever wins it,
yes,
will have a conversation with the other side?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Thank you for putting it clear. I didn't want to be grim about it. Whoever wins the election will, because this country will be divided into half. Whoever wins that election or 3/4, one will take a quarter and then 3/4 will be taken by another.
Hapo kwa half ndio
kidogo. Half hapana, half ni time ya Raila. Half tulikuwa tunashare katikati.
Yes.
But hii yenye inakuja hii 3/4 itaenda na mtu mmoja, and then hiyo quarter ingine people must have a conversation, where are you going to feed these people, because I don't see us as a country running an election that can stand the test of times. I don't see it happening.
Are Kenyan voters united in one voice, or they are still divided in the different aspects that divide us? Tribe, religion, age, because now we're talking about Gen Zs and Sujinani. So are we speaking in one voice as voters?
Yes and no. Yes, in terms of where the country is at the moment. I mean, if this shoe is pinching you, then you must have a conversation, because you put government in place for it to offer you some services, because you pay taxes to government and you expect things in return. No, because a generation like ours is still tribally inclined, to be very honest. But will it play a very big role? I think so, yes. But through leaders, through emerging new leaders, we are likely to have that conversation. Because if people from Western, if, let's say for example, hypothetically, William Ruto is running for president, and then because he wants the Luo constituency, he said, let me have Gladys Wanga as my running mate. And Luyas will say no. We supported Raila Odinga over the years.
It's time.
Yeah,
it's about
it's time we also to support our own, or we have our own as number 2, or we don't want to play number 2 again. You have Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka on this other side, who has been with Raila Odinga for a very long time. His community will say, we have supported the Luo community, not Raila. We have supported, now that Raila is out of the picture, we have supported the Luo community. It's your turn to also support us. So then now we will default again, go back to our tribal cocoons. But it depends how we handle a few things as we go into elections in 2027. If the government does not handle the process of electioneering properly, then those tribal things might take a back seat, and then prominently we'll start having a serious conversation about where are we as voters.
Okay.
Can my vote really matter? And again, sometimes, you know, governments are set up in a way that they subdue you so much to a point you feel even if I voted, nothing will happen. But I have a feeling this time it's gonna be different.
As far as
No.
As far as class is concerned, you know, there's the working class, nimesahau groupings.
You're talking about middle class.
So there's middle, yes.
There's no middle class in this country. I think it's a loan class. People who are surviving on loans.
You, sir, are absolutely right.
Yes.
I've mentioned it here before, and he thought I was being spurious. No. We middle class.
Yeah, there's no middle class.
How can you be a middle class and you're one salary away from poverty?
Exactly.
You lose your job, you're poor.
Yeah.
You're out of Nairobi. If you live in Nairobi, you go home.
Yeah.
So what middle class? No.
So that thing doesn't exist.
I don't.
In this country?
No. I think there's 1% of people are very rich, and the rest of us are poor.
99%.
We are all poor.
So those who are poor are the ones who are in categories.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the 99% is now where we can.
Yes, we can fit in those who are
We can divide
those
So they are poor in Kileleshwa, poor in Kilimani, poor in Kayole, poorest in Madare.
Right.
I think that's how we are.
And then in Mukuru,
as City said, we are one salary away from poverty, and that's a fact. But you're posing, you're saying something.
Yeah. So my question was, because in the last election we saw politicians try to divide us, according to those ones, because of saying so there's a dynasty, and then it was more or less a fight between the haves and the have-nots. Are we going to see that again in 2027?
Now we are all in the same basket. We have realized we're all poor. So Mama Mboga has also realized my vote might matter. So you took advantage of me. I'll teach you a lesson in 2027. The border guy the same, because I think successive governments avoided one thing: reminding the poor that they have power. This regime did the opposite. Reminded the poor that they are powerful than the rich. Now with their rugged trousers and with their helmets za kuendesha pikipiki, they want to be in the same room with you. Hapo mali
They're not going to let go of that power.
No, they're not going to let go of that power. Wanataka waingie hiyo status uliwaambia mtaingia na wao.
Hapo ndipo
They want to get there with you in 2027. So they have realized kumbe we actually put in place a president who believed in us. So we want to have a conversation with you again as president in 2027.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that is where we're heading as a country. And that's why I say there's some serious political conscience in this country that I've never seen before. I have never seen a country sit and go through the budget making process. It has never happened. What we used to do kitambo, we sit and we wait, tunasikia budget imesomwa leo, bei ya sigara imeenda chini, bei ya pombe imepanda, bei ya nini, and that's it, and we move on. I sit there with my parents, naona sigara imepanda, naona. But we are here rejecting a finance bill. We have never gotten to that level where you have a group of people breaking down what a finance bill means for a country. That political consciousness is here with us. And that's a conversation we must have. And I hope the political class, the ruling class and the political class, must sit and understand that that's where we are as a nation.
That's hoping against hope. There is a certain deafness, a certain blindness that the political and leadership class in this country seem to have. There are those who say they bury their head in the sand and what have you. But if they listened and if they understood the things they say they do, these discussions we're having would be different. There's something called the 2.5 rule in our politics. Have you heard of it, Paul?
Come again.
2.5 rule. It's not written anywhere, but it's hypothesized. This is what it stipulates. If you look at our politics and the way it has morphed over time, specifically from around 1992, certain lessons were learned. If you divide, you fail. KANU split. Matiba went his way. People went their way. And Moi won, yes, because we didn't have the 50 plus 1 rule. He got some 36%.
Okay.
But he won. Okay? The theory or the thinking is this. An election depends on the large tribal groups in Kenya. The two who coalesce and then look for a third smaller group, that's the one who ends up winning the elections. That's the thinking behind it.
So the 2.5.
The 2.5.
So the half is a swing vote.
The half is the swing vote. See?
Okay.
Now, that has been the thinking. Now, if you look at the coalitions that we have and even the politics right now, it seems to be following the 2.5 rule.
You know, Dennis, there's a group, and I see them every time we're having this conversation about politics and tribalism. They seem to believe and say that tribalism is a thing for Gen Xers, boomers, kwenda juu. But over time, and especially being the host of this show, I have actually gotten to see the logic from analysts like yourself who come here and tell us, look, this is how elections are done. Do you think that perhaps there's a time where this conversation will be null and void, whereby we're talking about Kikuyus and Kambas and Luos and the 2.5 rule?
Still here with us.
But let me ask you something. You see, I personally think it's a crock of horse manure if somebody tells you that the issue of our tribes is going to cease. And then they throw in negative ethnicity. There's nothing of that sort. There is the negativity within our conversations that are curated by certain individuals, and because they represent ethnic groups, it is then assumed that it's an ethnic conversation. But it's a conversation by certain people and certain groupings who seek to influence those in their groupings to support them. Hence the term negative ethnicity, where certain individuals are demonized. The late Raila was demonized, his father was demonized, they were demonized for the longest time. Because if you look at the heart of the problem, you ask, what really is the problem? This enmity that people keep talking about, where does it emanate from? Before an election year, we live among each other and we live well among each other and we get along with each other.
Very well.
We intermarry with each other. There is no part of this country you cannot travel to if you want to. None whatsoever. So this thing that they talk about, what exactly are they talking about?
And the reason I'm asking this is because there was that aspect of being tribeless.
There's nothing like that.
During Maandamano.
Once again, there is absolutely nothing of that sort. Look, the formation of certain phrases like 1 term, 2 term, Ruto must go, Ruto must stay, those are statements. It's in the same vein that someone tells you that we have a philosophy. What is your philosophy? Ruto must go. How can that be a philosophy? It's a statement. Okay?
It ends there.
Yes, you have the point is this, huh? This tribal conversation is a narrative that has been curated, and it's something that holds us where we keep discussing it as though it's the biggest thing. By the people who speak it the most are the ones who are hell-bent on maintaining it because they understand the benefits you reap from such a conversation.
In fact, I call it ethnic nationalism.
Yes.
As espoused by previous regimes, where after every election cycle, the community that has fought so hard for an election, cumulatively, every community fights for a seat on the table. If I see my tribesman in a coalition, then I feel I'm represented. So after the elections, I mean, the last 15 years that I've been alive, the only people who are left fighting for this thing after it's done is the Luo community. And then we evoke this thing called ethnic nationalism. We start deploying police officers to Nyanza. We call press conferences. We say we have found people with machetes in Kibera. Yeah, so it is created like that to create this. And it has been done. And when I hear people talk about, oh, we feel what Gen Zs are going through, oh, this what, it's rubbish, to be honest, for lack of a better word, because these people have benefited from this ethnic nationalism for a very long time. We are here now, they're out of government, they want to take us back there. So, and again, that might be their Waterloo, to be honest, if we go forward, because this community that has suffered over the time, now they're in government, they will say we'd rather cast our lot with the government in power, because if we are out, then we will suffer again ethnically going forward, because we come from this ethnic community. And that conversation I have a feeling it will come to an end at some point, but not now. It will play a very big role. Because people are saying, oh, as a community we have 6 million votes. Unatembea nazo kwa mfuko, you keep telling us that. Another one says, as Kambas we have 1.8 million votes. Tunakuja nayo. Kwani those voters wao wana akili yao, they don't know where they want to take their votes. People cannot just sit in a room and say, sisi kama community we have 6 million votes. So the reason why we have this government is because with your 6 million votes, you made sure this government is in power. Watch our malize bus. Let them run their term uninterrupted. Enda kwa watu. Get your chance. But don't play with us. That funny game. That tuko na 6 million votes, tuko na 2 million votes, tuko na 2.5 million votes. Hapana. Hapana bana. Wewe ulituletea jamaa, tuko naye hapa.
Tulia sasa.
Tulia mpaka tumalize naye. But I'm not saying I'm supporting the president today because I didn't vote for him in 2022, to be honest. But the moment he was declared president, kama jeshi, una switch. Allegiance is the commander in chief of the armed forces. Kama jeshi wangekuwa wanafikiria Kisii and this guy, as far as I'm concerned, didn't win it, siwezi mpigia salute. Life goes on, bana.
Dennis, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much. That was a super ending to this amazing conversation. We invite you once again, kama kawaida. Come, let's continue the vibe, for lack of a better word.
Asante.
Right now, though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The death toll in the Elgeyo Marakwet landslide tragedy has risen to 39 after one more body was recovered on Tuesday. In a statement, government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura said 9 people are still reported missing, while 6 others remain under treatment. He said burial arrangements have been confirmed, with a funeral for a grandmother and her grandchild from Kibendo, Keio North, set for Friday, November 14th. A mass funeral for victims from Kerio Valley will take place on Friday, November 21st. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission says it is tracking financial transactions linked to money laundering in Uganda. Authorities in Tanzania and South Sudan are also seeking Kenya's help to trace money laundering networks. Speaking at a regional workshop in Nairobi, EACC CEO Abdi Mohamud said East African partners have agreed to strengthen cooperation. He added they will use joint strategies to investigate and recover assets stolen through corruption.
There is all the possibilities that some of the monies that is stolen from one country can end up in another country. We've had our Tanzanian counterparts once in a while coming to us. We've been going to our Ugandan counterparts. Some South Sudan colleagues have also been following a few cases of theirs. So by bringing these people together, we first of all want to create what is called informal networks. Informal networks work better than formal networks because when you know someone across the border, it is easier for you to do an email and to request them to assist you.
The cabinet has approved the dualling of 23.5-kilometer Muthaiga-Kiambu-Ndumberi Road, a major infrastructure project aimed at easing traffic congestion and improving mobility between Nairobi and Kiambu counties. The project, which will expand the existing two-lane highway into a dual carriageway, is part of government's broader plan to modernize the Nairobi metropolitan transport network. Once complete, the upgraded road is expected to significantly reduce travel times for thousands of commuters who use the corridor daily. Civil society groups from Southwest Indian Ocean countries are urging governments to enforce fishery laws. They want to curb illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, which threatens the region's blue economy. Speaking at a regional workshop in Mombasa, Doreen Simiyu, coordinator of the Southwest Indian Ocean Tuna Forum, said stronger enforcement will protect marine resources. She added it will also support coastal communities that depend on fishing.
I believe if our countries implement some of the resolutions that are happening at regional level, for instance, IOTC, if our countries implement the minimum terms and conditions, we know that as a country we'll enjoy the benefits of sustainable blue economy and that we'll benefit as a country. And if a country benefits, it means the local communities, it means the fishers will enjoy the socio-economic benefits.
The prosecutor in Turkey's biggest city has accused popular mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu of 142 corruption offenses that command jail terms ranging from more than 828 to over 2,000 years. İmamoğlu considered the main political rival to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has been in pre-trial custody since March on suspicion of corruption. The Istanbul mayor and his opposition Republican People's Party deny any wrongdoing and accuse the president and his allies of launching a crackdown in response to Erdogan's decline in popularity. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Portugal striker Cristiano Ronaldo has confirmed the 2026 World Cup will be his last. The 40-year-old, who has scored 953 goals for club and country, also said he would retire from football in 1 or 2 years. Next year's World Cup, taking place in Canada, Mexico and the United States, would be Ronaldo's sixth. Ronaldo, who plays his club football in Saudi Arabia with Al Nassr, is the all-time leading men's international goal scorer with 143, while he continues to pursue a milestone of 1,000 career goals. The Kenya Under-20 rugby team Chipu is set to begin training camps on December 1st as part of preparations for the 2026 Bathurst Trophy to be held in Zimbabwe in April. According to the Kenya Rugby Union, the early start reflects the team's commitment to reclaiming continental glory. The preparations and talent identifications are starting early to allow at least 3 months of fine-tuning and ensure the squad is strong enough to compete for the title. After the initial camps, Chipu will continue with training sessions through December, January, February and March. And that's the truth on sports. I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? I hope everything is fantastico. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. The thing is, we've had a very interesting conversation in the last 1 hour, and I think we need to invite Dennis more often. City, what do you think?
He has already agreed. He and I had a word about it, and he is willing to keep coming. Yes.
All right. Sawa. Let me see who's saying what on our YouTube channel. A couple of folks, wacha tu niwataje haraka haraka tukisonga. Kuna Ernest Chipale, how are you doing? Sonet, how are you doing? Caleb Mavia, how are you doing? We also have My Take. Kama kawaida kuna Atticus Now pia. Kuna okay, hao ndio naona kwa sasa. Kama sijakutaja tafadhali nikumbushe just by Aaron Kim as well. How are you doing? Good morning to you. Brian Washira, habari ya leo asubuhi, na wengi ambao nitaendelea kusoma tukiendelea na kipindi. But in studio we do also have our guest for this particular hour. He is one of four, and he will correct me if I'm wrong, one of four party leaders, deputy party leaders rather, that we do have within the Jubilee Party, and is here to talk about a myriad of issues which I shall be introducing to you in a short while. But most importantly, we also want to look at the political future of this country. We are talking about restoring Kenya's dignity and integrity, and whether political parties are up to the task. I am talking about Deputy Party Leader, Jubilee Party, and former Member of Parliament for Kajiado North, Joseph Manje. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation. We are glad you could join us this morning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
What you have said is true.
Yes.
In Jubilee, we have four deputy party leaders.
Right.
According to the structure. We have the party leader, who is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Right.
Then we have a deputy party leader from Coast, from Nairobi, from Kajiado, and now Matiang'i from Nyamira. So we have four.
All right.
Then after that, we have the SG, who is Jeremiah Kioni, Secretary General of the party.
Right.
Who is the spokesperson of the party.
Actually, Jeremiah Kioni Mheshimiwa is a very good friend of this show. Yeah. He's been here severally. We've had these conversations just like the one we're just about to have right now.
Yes.
Yeah, so again, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana Radio Generation.
Yeah. Let's talk about Jubilee Party to begin with. Jubilee Party has been in existence now for quite a while. They have actually been the government at one point. I think it was from 2013 or 2017?
2013.
2013. And one thing that stands out about Jubilee Party is number one, your colors, very vibrant. You know, that red color inakuanga imetokezea sana. But also politically speaking, former President Uhuru Kenyatta was more or less the key figure as far as Jubilee Party is concerned. And now, of course, we are seeing Matiang'i has gotten into the fray, being favored to be the next presidential candidate as far as the party is concerned.
Yes.
But Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, former president, has been a very key figure. And there's a question around parties and their longevity beyond the people that either started them or who are the key figures. Is Jubilee Party looking to survive beyond having the former president as its party leader?
Actually, that is the idea behind Uhuru now trying to revive the party again. Because according to him and what he was telling us at the NDC is that when he gave out administration to President William Ruto, he thought of doing the same to Jubilee Party. But in the process, there was a group of some individuals who wanted to take it by force. Then that's when he said, stop it at that. Let us do it procedurally. And for the last 3 years, we have been in court. There has been a pull and push towards who is the owner of Jubilee. Uhuru has succeeded now to be the leader of the Jubilee. So now what he wants to do is to revive it completely. then hand it over to Kenyans, so that at least it will be there long after him. Actually, his thought is that we have to have political parties that are stable, that can run this country time and again. And Jubilee has shown by actually, it was there. It was a political. It is a political party. It has formed a government for the last independent Kenya. The last 60 years, at least, we have done 10 years out of that. Me, I've been Jubilee from the time it was TNA to Jubilee. I've been there. I've been consistent in it, so I have seen it through. So I can assure Kenyans that we have a political party that will be in existence for so many years to come.
There's something he said just the other day, and it warmed my heart. It was about, he was addressing people who want to divide the party, people who would like to show the party as a party that is not a national party. He was talking about siasa ya chuki. He spoke about people who want to, more or less, people who are hostile to the party, and he said that he will eject them. He will leave.
Yes.
Who was being addressed in that particular?
I think is general. He wants to direct the party to where he believes this party should go. One of the inspiration of this political party is a party that accommodates everybody. Whatever the views you have, you come to the party, you articulate them without abuses, because he believes by abusing you will not go anywhere. All Kenyans are Kenyans, and they should be given opportunity. So if you find somebody is doing the wrong thing or something against the party, don't abuse the person. Concentrate in your party, make your party, and make the good structures of the party, and market the party instead of abusing the other people in the other parties.
Right.
So let us make our party first. Forget about what others are doing. Let us create our formation.
As a party, people, especially because the former president Uhuru Kenyatta is from the mountain, the Kikuyu community, people might end up thinking and perceiving Jubilee to be a party that is from and off the mountain, but obviously that is not the case, because we can see even differently the leadership is from different areas. How will the what PR, let me call it that, if I may, are you as a party intending to do to show Kenyans that indeed this is a Kenyan party, it is not a mountain party?
Actually, Jubilee is not a mountain party. We have more members of parliament from other parts of the country, but from Central. Remember, Jubilee as a ruling party, it has members from all over the world, from all over the country. And I can tell you, Jubilee is one of the biggest political party, according now to the register of political parties. If you check the list, if we are given the list, you'll find Jubilee is even has more registered voters than ODM and UDA.
Really?
It is the biggest, by the way, according now to the register of political parties. You can
verify.
or RPP. If you get the list of registered members of political parties, you'll find Jubilee is the highest. We have about 7.1 voters, while ODM, I think
7.1 million.
Yes.
Okay.
While ODM has about 5 point something. So Jubilee is the biggest party. And now one advantage now we have as a country, we have a Jubilee, a political party, and we have a presidential candidate, and no nonsense presidential candidate, Fred Matiang'i. Like yesterday, I was welcoming people from Kirigoris in our party headquarters. And one of the reasons they're saying they're coming back to Jubilee is, one, they know Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta as a person who was a pro Raila, who was sympathetic to Raila, and he wanted Raila to be the president of this country. If you remember their last time in Azimio, that is one reason they are giving. Then they are saying they saw how Kenyans appreciate Uhuru. Then after that, they are talking of Matiang'i. They know he's a very strict person, no-nonsense person. When he wants something done, it will be done, and maybe Kenyans are looking for this. So now they have the hope of the country. Three, they're saying Jubilee has a track record. It did something when it was in power, and it has a very good manifesto. And actually, its manifesto is based on Vision 2030 of this country.
Right.
Remember the Vision 2030 of this country? That was started by President Mwai Kibaki, and that was actually followed by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But after Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, you can see now we are off the track of the Vision 2030. We're using other formation like bottom up and all that. So we would like to have a president in this country who will go back to Vision 2030 so that we can take this country in the right direction.
All right. So I have more questions as far as Jubilee is concerned, but allow me to introduce our next guest, or rather our second guest for this hour. That is Kidi Mwaga. He's a convener at Interparties Youth Forum. Kidi, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. If I may just ask you to move closer to my line of sight where I can see you vizuri. Yeah, thank you. Hapo sawa. Kidi, karibu tena sana.
Asante.
You just found me and Mheshimiwa here talking about Jubilee Party and some of the inner workings of the party, and he has given us quite a picture, which of course we shall be looking into further. But you've been a convener at Interparties Youth Forum. First of all, explain to us that role.
Thank you. Interparties Youth Forum is an entity of young people across the political parties coming together to channel their imagination and intellect towards issues of common concern. Young people from across political parties 3 years ago came to the realization that there are issues that are so far-reaching that they cannot rely to the same old usual factionalism to confront some of these issues. As a consequence, when they came together, they had the presence of mind to choose me as a convener.
Okay. They had the presence of mind.
Yes.
And if they hadn't had the presence of mind, what would they have done?
Chances they would have chosen somebody else.
I see.
But in times such as this, they felt that I was the man best suited to do the job.
You are a very humble man, I can see.
All right. In the previous hour, we were having a conversation with Denison Sarigo.
Yes.
And one of the things that came out of that conversation is the fact that the young people, I don't know, where is the mind of young people as far as the politics of this country is concerned? Because we know for a fact they're very passionate about certain issues, employment, and the issues to do with governance and so on and so forth.
Yes.
But from where you sit, what do the young people of this country want as far as 2027 elections are concerned?
Thank you. Young people have taken time to turn their eyes inwards, and they've come to the realization that Sun Tzu was so correct when he said that know yourself, know your enemy, 1,000 battles, 1,000 victories. As a consequence, out of the 2024 protest, 2025 protest, the massive loss of lives that followed, the young people have asked themselves that are we still able to obtain transformative change through street protests? Then they've come to the realization that while street protests are guaranteed in the Constitution, it cannot be an end in itself. As a consequence, the young people came together to form a bigger coalition called Manifesto Yetu, which again I have the good fortune of leading. So this is young people from political parties under Interparties Youth Forum, young people in civil society, young people in academia, and now you might have seen something going around called Manifesto Yetu. These young people have then therefore decided to move around the country, collecting the views of their fellow young people. The views are, what are their biggest frustrations with how the Commonwealth is governed? The second thing is, what is their biggest hope in how they think and feel that some of these intractable problems can be solved? Yesterday I was doing a convening in Nairobi with journalists, where I had the opportunity to have over 40 journalists in the room. We are looking forward to start drafting, collecting all these reports, because we've moved in all the 8 former regions, and we've done over 10 stakeholder convenings in Nairobi. So sometime next month we will have this document ready, and it is going to be the threshold against which we are going to hold the political actors accountable, so that when they come to us, then we will tell them that we have taken time to reflect on some of these things, and this is our thinking.
Lakini, sorry, when you say you've moved, first of all, are you the one who moved around the country or someone else who moved around
No,
the
it
country?
is us who moved. So we broke we were in different groups moving around the country.
Did you reach to places like Turkana, huko, Todonyang na huko?
What we did is that while we were going to every region, we made sure that we had representatives from that entire region. So for instance, when you went to Nyanza region, we were meeting in Homa Bay. If you go to Northeastern Province, I was personally leading the team at the Garissa Technical Teachers Training College.
Okay.
And where we had most of young people from across the larger NFD.
Okay.
Yes.
When you met the youth from this particular, let me ask about Northeastern.
Sure thing.
When you met the youth in Northeastern,
yes,
what is their biggest agitation?
Their biggest agitation is education. They feel that they've got the tools, they've got the energy to solve some of the intractable problems in that area. But for a long time, they feel that the government has not invested adequately in education infrastructure. For instance, in the entire Mandera County, the only college you have is Garissa TTC. Is Mandera TTC, sorry. So young people felt that above all else, that there needs to be greater investment in the larger NFD and these institutions, because most of them have been forced to come out of Garissa to seek for higher education outside, not Garissa, but NFD, to leave that area to come seek for education this other side. That was their biggest feeling among the very many feelings that we were able to document.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Nyanza walisema shida yao kubwa ni gani?
Nyanza, I might have to look at the report again. Okay. I led the team to NFD, but yes, we have, yes.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Thank you.
So, and the reason I've asked this is because, again, because of the conversations we've been having on this show.
Thank you.
There never seems to be like a clear agenda as far as the politics of the youth is concerned. But now you're telling me that in a month's time we might
have a report. Yes.
We might get that report.
Yes.
Okay. I'll allow you that. And Mheshimiwa, now this one is over to you. Have you interacted with the youths that are from his do I call it constituency, as far as the conversations that he has just given us, the group that has moved around the country, or are you also doing your own parallel movement around the country just to find out what the young people need as far as 2027 is concerned?
Let me say we are very aware of what the youth movement is doing in this particular country, especially when they started agitating from finance bill, you remember 2024 and 2025. So we appreciate them very much. And actually in our NEC, that is the governing council, we have already by the name Enchu Budhia, who is actually now in charge of the youth. Having said that, we appreciate the role they do. And in Jubilee, we have like an advocacy group that try to shape the youth. We are telling them you're doing good work, but come and do it in a programmed way, in a structured way, through a political party. And if you remember what the former president, the fourth president, Uhuru Kenyatta said, he said, the youth is the future of this particular country. It is the present and the future of this particular country, and they have a big role to play. But also he talked of the young in heart. It's not only young physically, but there are people who are elderly, but they are young also. And also I would also advise the youth, our youth there, they will one day grow old also. So old is not bad as such. So what we need in this particular country is people, correct people, good people, old, young, elderly. You have to be a person of virtue, somebody who can say, I am a Kenyan and I stand for this particular thing. Like when I was a member of parliament, then you can make calls and you can do your own investigation. I had a very big group of young people who I mentored for 10 years, and now they are leaders wherever they are. And I know the potential of young people because one, they are very dynamic.
Yes.
But also we have young people who also are extremely bad. It is not to say that when you are reading them, you have all young people are good. So what we need to do, and they are appreciating, if there is any change that we need to change this country, is through the constitution means. We cannot go to the street and overturn a government because the consequences are there. We might not have a country for the next so many years, and we don't want that. You want them to register and change and put a president they want. Particularly now, I believe we need to put a president who appreciates the structures of this country. Somebody who believes in political parties. And if you remember in our Vision 2030, that Jubilee follows religiously, there was a political pillar that said, if you are doing well economically and whatever, socially and all that, and you don't have good politics in this country, you'll never develop. And actually that is the pillar, it stands for that. Let the political parties be. Like our president, there is a time I had believed in him that when he was forming UDA. But when he started calling other parties, I realized this person is not going in the right direction. Even after getting the presidency, Kenyans had really done a very good election. In the opposition, I think the opposition was even the majority in parliament. But what he did, he went immediately and poached people from the opposition to join his government. That is somebody who does not believe in political parties. Because if he was correct, he could have said, let it be.
Why blame the president? Did he force any of these political parties to join him?
But he's the president of the country. He knows that to run a country, you need a good opposition because it's a big thing.
Actually, it's not his job to strengthen the opposition if he's in power. That's not his job.
Yes, City. Yes. But also, it is not his job to poach them.
It is not the job of those who accepted the poaching to have accepted the poaching. You see, it is the same argument we have with bills that are passed in Parliament.
Yes.
People talk about a parliament that has been captured. People talk about members of parliament who don't do what they're supposed to do. I haven't heard of any politician who has been forced to receive a bribe. They receive it willingly. We delegate powers to the members of parliament. If they decide to sell it, it's not on our behalf.
Yes.
So the president makes his move. There is no executive in this entire planet that doesn't try to compromise in their own way the opposition or doesn't try to weaken the opposition. There's none. It's when they fail that you find governments change, for instance, in countries that have a parliamentary system. But this one of ours, we have a constitution. If somebody determines to break the constitution, and if that person is the leader of the country, and you have three arms of government who are supposed to provide the check and balance, and they don't, I'm not going to blame the president. He'll break the constitution, and there are consequences for that. But if he coerces other people, they have agreed to be coerced, surely.
Brother City, the last time I met you, we were in a setting where we were telling, we were answering, is it Proverbs or the read Proverbs? Today I didn't have the good fortune of, yes. I think that the fundamental question you are raising underscores one of the things that is lacking in our democracy, of how we have weakened the office of the citizenry, or differently put, how we have abandoned that office. As a consequence, that people who hold positions of responsibility, especially as a consequence of a vote, therefore after that vote act in a manner that does not reflect that they are exercising a delegated power. For instance, we remember the fiasco of UDM and UDA after the elections. They had been elected on Azimio, that they were part of the Azimio coalition.
They were.
Part of the votes of those people who were elected under the understanding that they believed in the Azimio ideology. Long before the candidate is even sworn in, they have crossed over. Part of why that is possible is because they know there is no consequence from the office of the citizenry. Part of what, as young people, we are doing as the larger effort to renew our democracy is to make sure that then we have a citizenry that is intimately aware of what not only is at stake, but what is his responsibility in making sure that we build a better democracy.
One of the things that smart politicians know,
yes,
and Mheshimiwa here is one of those smart politicians. By the time you're a two-term MP, you're smart. When you're a one-term MP, you're a flash in the pan, okay? And it shows he knows people. Anyone whom the people recognize as resonating with them, they will vote for. it means they know this person knows what our problem is and they're seeking to address it. They know. When they're being lied to, they also know.
No.
Okay?
Yes.
But fidelity to the law, which requires an unwritten pact that we have with our constitution, and it only works when we all abide by it. These traffic rules that we have here are as a result of a constitution that we have and bills that give us our traffic laws. The reason why they work is we've all agreed to abide. We didn't sign any MOU, but we've all agreed that red means you stop. We've agreed. Now, when people break the law, then we have the situations that we keep finding ourselves in. Unfortunately, there is also an unwritten law of impunity that has a stranglehold on political leadership in this country.
Yes.
But unfortunately, the leadership comes from the executive. Because if you have a president, your party leader, for instance, notoriously ignored court orders. No, it's in record. It's not that I'm against the man. I'm just saying what he did.
That's true.
It wasn't once. He repeated it on a number of occasions. I can excuse him and say, this constitution was a bit of a shocker. If you've grown up with the old constitution and you're president the new one, it takes a bit of time to wrap your head around this new constitution. However, the consequence is what I'm referring to. It's dire. Because people then feel, you mean? And once that particular horse has bolted, getting it back in, and this is what you're trying to do, becomes very difficult.
It's true.
In an earlier hour, we're talking about children.
Yes.
And how it is they often speak about what they've heard their parents say. If the parents talk about a relative who always comes at lunchtime, the children hear. And you'll hear a child asking the guest, so today you've come again to eat our food. Okay. That child didn't make that statement up. So here we are.
Yes.
Here we are.
Yes.
Jubilee want to tell us that they want to lead the country because this competition is what it's all about.
Yes.
And you, who is leading the youth, you're here to tell us that the youth have figured this thing out.
Yes.
And they're going to try as much as possible.
Yes.
And I am here to tell you that I doubt that any of you actually have any idea of what it is you need to do to make this country better. So you have what you want to say, and I'm telling you what I think.
Thank you.
You see, why I was saying the president is to blame to some extent. To achieve what he's talking about, first country, Kenya to be a first world country, he needs a stable country politically. And actually, it is in the Vision 2030, the political pillar. Like now, ODM party, the leader died. And when he died, I would imagine now what maybe the president would like to do now is to make sure that he gets a big chunk of ODM.
Okay.
But the correct thing would be let that political be. Because you see, ODM is a good formation. For this country to move to second and first world, he needs a very stable country politically. But now he will dismantle ODM. Just the way he wanted to dismantle Jubilee.
Do you think he will succeed?
He will, definitely. The role of a president and also money aspect in the country.
Okay.
Definitely he will. There's a very big chunk that will go to support him.
See, that's my point. He will not dismantle ODM if we take your view. They will have accepted to be dismantled. That really is it's not semantics. If they accept to be dismantled, they will be dismantled. And the point you make is valid. You see, I am changing the point of blame. You are focusing on what an executive, a president would do, and I'm saying, the president can't do what he does if there are no takers for whatever it is he's offering. That really is my position. Yes.
So basically what CT is saying is the fact that the president has got, do I say he has every right to go and attack that side and probably dismantle it so that he can maintain power?
You see, that is what he thought. But for him to achieve this country to be our first world, he needs that party to be very strong to supervise his government.
Perhaps when he dismantles ODM, as you're putting it, another party will take the place of ODM and be strong and still supervise.
And we will be going round the circles. Suppose we have a strong party all along. because I am a believer of at least 2 or 3 political parties, strong political parties in this country.
Right.
Suppose even we had Kanu and Kadu from the independent, and they are the parties that we are strengthening up to now. We could have a very strong institutions.
I agree.
But now ODM is there. It has survived for 20 years. But now with the death of the leader, most likely it will be dismantled. And actually the thinking behind the Political Parties Act was, let us make Kenyans fund these political parties, such that at one time these political parties will run like corporate bodies, independent of the ownership of the party. And before we go to that, because eventually that will be the answer, because there is always answer to something. At the end of the day, we'll have political parties that are funded by the exchequer, but run by Kenyans as political parties that have ideology, that are moving towards making this country a great country.
All right.
But as per now, we have parties based on individuals, which will not go far.
Kiddy, there's something City asked.
Yes.
In terms of the youth and leadership and them knowing or having some kind of agenda to ensure that if indeed they take the reins of power, they can do something. Perhaps if you can answer that. City, nimesema vizuri ama unataka kurephrase?
Amegonga ndipo. Well, and I love that our big brother City says that the youth have not figured it out. I am sorry if I made that such an impression that we have figured it out. But as young people, what we are saying is that we believe that change does not turn on the wheels of inevitability. As young people of this country, we have therefore decided that we shall do our fair share in our own small ways, hoping that collectively and ultimately it will set us on the path of progress. What we are saying, and my brother, our Mheshimiwa Manje is here, when they had the opportunity to preside over the Commonwealth in the last decade, one of the mistakes we feel that they did is that they mismanaged public spending. As a consequence, today we've got a public debt that is unmanageable. Consequently,
don't worry, the current leader is going to catch up with them. So at the rate is going,
yes,
in 5 years he'll catch up. So you need not worry. That mantle that they hold,
yes,
they may not hold it for long. Yes.
So that if you look at the place of disillusionment in the country, the lack of employment, the lack of opportunity, you find its roots when our brothers had a chance to, sit at the driver's seat of this country. So we are saying that where did the problem start? The problem started in the 11th Parliament, when the 11th Parliament made it easy for the executive to borrow money with very little constraints. Young people, we are saying that therefore, because we have even had a chance to interface young people from different political parties, that one of the agenda we must have is that then young people must therefore run for office. In running for office, then we must then have a chance, for those who will get elected, we must have a chance to ask ourselves that why is it that 12th Parliament did not remedy this problem? That 13th Parliament, even in the glorious days of broad-based, have also not attempted to have a parliamentary inquiry into how all these debts were accumulated and where it was spent. Because if you look at the reports from other independent officers like the Auditor General, it is indicating that that money was not spent locally, and if it was spent, it was not judiciously. So in a nutshell, my brother, what we are saying is that we believe change does not roll on the wheels of inevitability, but we are daring enough to place our hands, as Barack Obama would say, to place our hands on the arc of the moral universe and attempt to turn it towards justice. Thank you.
I mean, you see, again, and I'll go back to that question.
Yes, please.
About CT. And then, nishikanisha namna hii.
Good.
For instance,
yes,
in last year's demonstrations,
yes,
young folks were saying they are tribeless, partyless,
leaderless. Yes.
If they are going to be partyless and leaderless, how are they going to capture power?
Thank you. In 2024, at the point when young people were protesting the Finance Bill 2024, there was so much that was said at the spur of the moment. But then, as part of the young people whom God has given the privilege to have a chance to sit with young people at what we'd call a leadership level, we have taken time to reflect on some of these things. One, we can, as a generation, we cannot afford to say we are leaderless. Neither can we say that we are partyless. We can say we are tribeless, yes, but parties...
That's why I left out the tribeless part.
Yes, thank you. Parties are the custodian of political aspirations. So that when I want to say, for instance, that Mheshimiwa Manji and team messed up this country, I must come with an alternative through a programmatic agenda of a political party. So that then for young people must identify political parties that that speaks to their deeply held beliefs, get into those parties, fight for leadership, and strengthen them. About leadership is that then the young people realizing that we cannot be leaderless, that we must be able to come together in a manner that we are able to figure out that where do we go. You have seen them coming together under the, of course, and I'm saying this with much more humility, under the Interparties Youth Forum. They've come together under Manifesto Yetu, and young people have got leadership. The whole of last week, I was in Kariobangi, I was in Majengo, in Pumwani Social Hall. Young people at that level are very organized. Yes, I am going to Kamukunji this week. I was meeting the leadership from Kamukunji. Young people in what you call informal settlements have organized themselves so much, it is some of us who have let them down. As a consequence, and I give this solemn commitment as a leader of this generation, that young people cannot be faceless, cannot be leaderless. There is a number of young people who have decided to engage. Engage one another, engage the duty bearer, and engage the future. By engaging the future is that some of them are willing to come out and say, this is how we think our country can be run and should be run. And some of them are going to present themselves to run for office in the next election.
Right. Under parties or under independent processes?
Well, the bulk I am working with, we have agreed that it is better when we work in political parties.
Okay.
Because in political parties, again, we must underscore this.
Yes.
And I think the most effective tool of mass political mobilization. Of course, there are other tools like the church that can be used for political for mass mobilization. But you realize that the moment you use the church as a tool of mass mobilization, you end up with very disastrous consequences.
Okay.
Part of it is now the love-hate relationship you see between the church and state. Thank you.
Honorable Manje, if we are talking about the youth joining political parties, such as Jubilee, are you going to accommodate them? And you've spoken of Angel Mbuthia. We hosted her here the week preceding the death of Honorable Raila. And she's comfortable where she is as a youth in Jubilee, but she's not the only young person we have in the country.
Remember, she wants to be women rep.
Yes. Are you in a position to accommodate these young people and their ideologies and their way of doing things? I want to call them irrational, but I won't. There's a formula in that chaos and in that madness of theirs.
Yes.
Can parties, specifically, let me talk about Jubilee because you are the deputy party leader.
Yes.
Mnaweza accommodate watu?
Niseme ya kwamba niseme kiongozi wao wakiwako.
Ndio.
Niseme youth are doing a good job. And one, at the end of the day, if they want to be in leadership, they have to be in a political party. Either they form a political party or they join existing political parties. At the end of the day, they have a political party. They have a political party, and if they don't manage that political party, it will just behave like another party. They were talking of tribal race. That one is one thing that they can achieve in this country. Remember, the problems that we have in this particular country are majorly two: tribalism and corruption. And this tribal thing, they can easily solve the way they did in 2024. That is the way to go. And that is actually what Jubilee stands for. They would like them to behave like one tribe in this particular country, where your performance is what matters in this particular country. They cannot afford to be leaders because now they have a leader. They were talking of Matiang'i to come to be their leader, and now here he is, and he's in a political party. Three, you don't expect a party like Jubilee to interfere with anybody on the ground. Actually, why I've been in Jubilee and why I was with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is because it's somebody who cannot interfere with your performance on the ground. If you're a performer, you will be. Other leaders of political parties, they will go and say, we want this one and not this one. But Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is somebody who will not interfere with the election in particular area. I want to welcome youth in Jubilee and assure them we are going to give free and fair nomination. Come to the party. We have youthful people in the party and everywhere in the country. Remember, Jubilee is well entrenched throughout the country, and you can join it because you see, Jubilee was a merger of many political parties from every part of the country. People will see it as if it is Mount Kenya because Uhuru comes from Mount Kenya. But the way it has behaved and the way it is more outside central than central. So this is a party to be. About the parties, now is Jubilee. I can assure them, as one of the deputy party leaders, we are going to give free and fair nomination. Don't expect now because you are young, you'll come and get the ticket. Compete, be with the people, try to influence as much as possible, then we'll also assist you. Let me also say this because he's here and he can inform the others and make these things straight in the country as far as public debt. I talked of Vision 2030. This Vision 2030 was to be financed. And why President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was getting loans from outside is to fund the infrastructure of Vision 2030 that will sprawl this country into a second world. Actually, at the end of 2030, it was to be a middle-income country. To fund that, to fund the ports that were being opened, like the Lamu port, to do what he did in Isiolo, to do what he did in Kisumu part, it was expanded. And the SGR and all that, that was to be funded. You fund Vision 2030, then automatically it grows the country. So the borrowing, much of the borrowing was to fund the vision of this country. If you put the structures, just the way you'll do in your home, if you want to make a house, you can borrow, make a house, then after that, you will be getting the salary and pay the debt. That is actually what Vision 2030 is all about. And at the end of the day, it's a small pinch. If it is taken properly, we have a country.
We'll talk about debts at a different time, because I believe perhaps the best placed person to tell us about because that mambo ya deni hiyo tuko na shida kubwa sana na vita kubwa sana as far as the Jubilee government is concerned.
Ni vile pia hakuja kuwa na watu wa kuexplain vizuri hiyo debt wakati imechukuliwa imefanya nini na nini. For example, if you see SGR, si unaona sasa zamani ama some few years ago ulisikia watu wengi wamekufa Voi. Basi imeanguka, wamekufa. Hizo many people were taken to hospital. There was a lot of death along that road. From the time SGR was made, hakuna, kwa sababu watu si wanatumia SGR. So that is one achievement in a country. Remember, from the time of Kenya was created, apart from the standard rail that was made by the colonial, now this government managed to make an SGR all the way from Mombasa to Naivasha. That thing people are not seeing. Let me tell you, there are things that Uhuru did, but people will come to see in the future. I can tell you, the person who connected America, the president who connected America one state to the other through the highways, the person who made America great is the person who connected one state to another through the highway, such that you can networking, you can be in this city and you're working in another city. But he's never remembered. Why? Because the same time America was fighting Vietnam and the other place, there was a lot of noise. So most likely President Uhuru ruled when there was a lot of noise, especially coming from his deputy, such that that noise screened his performance. But in the future, they will see what he did. Uhuru did a lot. He's one of the presidents who has done a lot in this particular country.
All right. Do you have a follow-up?
No, he's a good apologist for his party. He is. You see, the Jubilee has an advantage that political parties like Jubilee, whose leader had been a president, doesn't have. In that, Moi left the party dwindled. Kibaki had a party, that one didn't dwindle, it fizzled. We don't even know where it is. Now, they have an opportunity to build a party that was there because the leader is alive, and both leaders that I mentioned were alive when they left, and they stayed alive for a while, but their parties are no more.
Yep.
They were vehicles for a particular purpose. KANU was for a long period of time, but it dwindled. And what he says about the need to have strong political parties is actually true.
Yeah.
But you see, we can't have political parties in this country to be strong political parties because our political parties don't have ideologies. A leader cannot be an ideology. They can represent an ideology. For instance, if I were to ask, what is the political economic structure that Jubilee has to remove the country out of the quagmire that we find ourselves in economically? What would you say that is?
It is very clear in our manifesto Vision 2030 is there. What I have said, we have it, and when Matangi goes back, he will just improve on what they were doing. Actually, if he gets into power before 2030, he will call the meeting and say, where are we from our Vision 2030? What did you want to achieve?
What is Jubilee political philosophy?
We believe Kenyans should be united, should be one peaceful country. You wake up and you want to have a country that will not have strikes tomorrow.
See, the reason why I'm asking is for a simple reason. When you talk politics and you talk parties, there has to be a standpoint that you have that distinguishes you from others.
Yes.
The West have it clean cut. You have social democrats, you have liberal democrats, you have whatever you want to call it, you have socialists, people who have a certain position. When you talk of labor, they're socialist inclined. If you talk about conservative, they are capitalist inclined. I am saying our political parties are everything and everywhere. They never quite tell you what each of them stand for. So, in essence, as a citizen, I can't distinguish one political party from the other except for the leader. Because even the manifesto, they seem to say the same thing.
Well, I think as someone, let me first, of course, indicate that I come from Kenya African National Union, and therefore it is not true when you say that it fizzled out.
Of course it did.
We have MPs in Parliament, Mr. City, remember?
When I say fizzled,
yes.
I didn't say it was extinguished.
Okay.
It is not what it was.
That's true.
It's diminished.
That's true.
That's the fizzling part of it.
Okay, that
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
So, one, KANU is a center-right political party. By the way, I serve as the Secretary for Policy and Legislative Affairs. We are a center-right political party. As a center-right political party, of course, we believe in democracy. But over and above democracy, we believe in individual freedom, and we believe that the best way to solve some of the intractable challenges in the economy, that then you must have a thriving private sector.
Kidi, what's a center-right political party? What is it? I mean, center of what, right of what?
Okay, center-right political parties are parties that believe in free enterprise, as opposed to welfareism. Parties in the center-left believe in what you call social democracy, and social democracy is now the welfareism. We think that to solve the challenges in the economy, give people a chance and give the market a chance to solve some of those challenges. Because when you give the market a chance, you enhance competition, and and competition enhances innovation. Yes.
See, now therein lies a problem, because the theory sounds good, but if you look at KANU under Kenyatta and KANU under Moi,
yes,
the things that your party did, because the same party, exemplarily, is you promoted crony capitalism.
Yes.
It began in the Jomo Kenyatta era.
Yes.
It was entrenched firmly with the Ndegwa Commission, okay? And now, the Moi era made it fly. It grew wings,
yes,
okay?
Yes.
So now it was all over the place.
Yes.
Now we've been trying to rein this thing in over time, and it's proving more difficult. The one person who tried to rein it in was Kibaki.
Yes.
when he got rid, for instance, of these briefcase contractors, brought in the Chinese and what have you. Something that changed very many things.
Yes.
When you tell us about your political philosophy,
Yes.
we can now hold you to account and say this is what you stand for.
Yes.
That really is my position.
Yes.
But when you state that this is what we want to do, without the structure within which the statement belongs, then how do I hold you to account? Bonamanje.
I think before you bring Bonamanje, I must say that now that you have indicted my party as the mother of crony capitalism.
Oh, no, the colonialists started before you.
Yes.
Oh, they did. They
Kanu just borrowed.
They were a small group. Now, you enlarged it.
Kanu just borrowed.
But let me say this, that Bonacity, for you to have an opportunity to problematize better, again, I'm glad that you have to historicize. As a party, we have taken time to reflect on some of these things you are saying very eloquently, and we appreciate that those are mistakes that happened under Kanu, and the country is collectively, guilty of those mistakes, because then people ran out of Kanu, went into other parties, postured as angels of light, and still continued to be elected.
And carried on with the same practices, by the way.
Yes. And
albeit slightly muted, but they carried on.
Yes.
Yes.
So I must hasten, therefore, to add that the Kanu I serve in today only shares the fact that some of these ills were committed in its name. But today it is a very clean, organized political party running a very sound programmatic agenda. By the way, yes, when I say programmatic agenda and sound, most of political parties in Kenya are still structured as second liberation political parties. I think it is only KANU and maybe one other political party that have fashioned themselves as third liberation political party. In 92, for instance, the number of registered voters, young people are 23%. And that is why it was justifiable having the KANU Youth League or KANU Youth Congress. It was justifiable having the Youth League of the DP because young people were few, they were in the margins. Today, young people are the majority. So ideally, they should be the people running political parties. If you come to my party, KANU, for instance, you will realize that the median age of the party leadership is about 35 or less. Part of why that is happening is that more young people have been brought in to occupy executive positions within the party, and they are running the party.
All right. So Kidi, I want us to take a short break.
Yes.
We do the news. Then when we return,
yes,
niko na maswala mengi.
Asante.
Now that you are ready to defend your party.
Of course.
All right. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The former press secretary of Raila Odinga's 2022 presidential campaign, Dennis Onsarigo, has described working for the ODM leader as an experience unlike any other in Kenyan politics. Speaking to Radio Generation on Wednesday, Dennis Onsarigo said life around Raila's campaigns was intense, filled with strategy, emotion, and a constant drive to rebuild after every disputed election. Onsarigo recalled that each time Raila lost an election, his team will retreat, reflect, and begin rebuilding from ground up. He said they never believed Raila truly lost any election, insisting his victories were always stolen from him.
Let's take for example what happened in 2017. When we realized we have lost it has been taken away from us. Mzee stood up and said, I have not lost this election, the country has lost. So his view about losing an election was very different from our view. In 2022 he said again, democracy has been stopped. So but the loss is heavy, but because he's a general and is leading us to war, he didn't have room for emotions. I've never seen Raila in an emotional state. The only time he's in an emotional state is when Arsenal has scored a goal or a judge has said something in court and he's laughing and he has this slow building laughter. I have never seen any other side of Raila Odinga. That was Raila for you. And so yeah, we never personally experienced my dreams were shattered because I'd relied so much on these elections.
The search for missing security analyst Mwenda Mbinjire took another turn in court on Tuesday. This as his family demanded that authorities produce him dead or alive and called for the arrest of the Inspector General of Police and the Director of Criminal Investigations. Represented by lawyer Evans Ondieki, the family accused the state of neglecting its duty and treating the case with utter disregard.
I thought court orders are court orders. We are all subject to this constitution that we must respect and obey court orders. It was a court order that they produced the subject matter today before you, whether he's alive or deceased. So they cannot be telling us about correspondence. Your Honor, your Lordship, in the absence of the compliance with the court, I pray that you issue warrants, because you issued summons. You issued warrants, let them be arrested.
A man from Kwale has been sentenced for 30 years in prison for defiling his 12-year-old stepdaughter. Mangisi Chaka Mangisi was found guilty by resident magistrate Ruth Ogola of repeatedly assaulting the minor between April 2021 and November 2022. The offences took place in Kayawa village, Matuga sub-county. The abuse was discovered after the girl confided in a guardian who reported the matter to police. The case was prosecuted by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Israel has destroyed more than 1,000 buildings in areas of Gaza that remained under its control since the ceasefire with Hamas started on 10th of October. Satellite images revealed by BBC Verify show. The new photos, the latest of which were taken on 8th of November, show that entire neighborhoods controlled by the Israel Defense Forces have been leveled in less than a month, apparently through demolitions. Some experts have argued that the demolitions may violate the terms of the ceasefire brokered by the US, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
That's very true. Radio Generation, it is 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. In studio, I am with the convener of Inter-Parties Youth Forum, Kidi Mwaga. We also have Mheshimiwa Joseph Manje. He's a former MP for Kajiado North, but currently he is one of 4 deputy party leaders at Jubilee Party. Mheshimiwa and Kidi, once again, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
Nilikukata mahali ulikuwa na explain kitu. Pole sana.
Yes.
Wacha nikurudishe hapo.
Yes.
You know, and I'll probably, as you answer that question, what I will add in as far as that conversation is concerned is the youth right now currently at Kenya African National Union.
Yes, very good.
What is their feeling? What is their purpose? What is the direction that they want to take KANU?
Thank you very much. We have done a lot of work as the Youth League of Kenya African National Union to make sure then, as a government in waiting, we have proper representation both at the county level and at the national level in the National Assembly and Senate. We have prepared our aspirants to make sure that we are able to field aspirants all over the country. Of course, you are aware that sometime last month, our party leader made the decision to start, engaging in constant conversation with the president on how the country is run. Some of us, of course, protested that move, but subsequently we had a chance to sit down with the party leader where he explained his thinking to us. And the thinking is that between now and 2027, since we do not have a chance to, change the leadership, then we can, at their level, they can work with the president in helping figure out that how do they solve some of the challenges that the country is facing. But while that is happening, we have retained our identity as a political party. As a consequence, from the Secretary, Policy and Legislative Affairs, we are continuing with the work of building the party, of making sure that the party is able to field the candidates, of making sure that the party carries the aspirations of the people of Kenya, that they want a country that is governed on the basis of the rule of law.
Mheshimiwa, I feel like in this country, because after every election, somehow, opposition leaders find their ways into government. And I remember we started this conversation by you saying that we need strong political parties that can stand and hold this government or governments to account. If we have leaders, and especially leaders of big parties and strong parties such as KANU and ODM, joining government in what is called a handshake, and sometimes it's called a broad-based government, and so on and so forth, where does the strength of political parties go? Because if now if we cannot see you doing what you used to do when you were in opposition, then clearly it's like the people become the official opposition.
This is what I was saying. I believe in maybe 2 or 3 strong parties in this country. And actually that is the solution. At the end of the day, what we are doing is to struggle. A country struggles at its own time. We are civilizing. We are civilizing. At the end of the day, many years to come, maybe not now, we'll have only 2 or 3 parties. We'll have Party A and Party B. I don't know what the names will be at the end of the day.
Okay.
But as per now, it's like we are trying to move around and come back to the square A. Because at the end of the day, imagine if we had a very strong A that has been ruling, then after election, because government is formed by a political party, after election, we have now Party B ruling this country. And Party A does not come to Party B. We'll have a very good opposition on the other side. And being the opposition is also a correct thing in this particular country. I don't know for what reason people believe when they're in the opposition is a wrong thing. It is a correct thing. It's democracy. We want to make sure that we are not in the government, but we are checking on what you are doing. And also it's very important for the government to allow that opposition to be, because that's the only way they will know whether they are running the country the right way, because it's a big thing. For example, the president will not know what is happening in other areas. But if there is a strong opposition in that side, they will be making noise, and he will be saying, hey, what is happening there in Meru? He will send his people to check what is happening. So opposition, strong opposition is good for the government of the day, but he does not know that. So at the end of the day, when we will have a president in position who will understand the importance of that opposition at the grassroots, we will have gone there. Like Kano, what he's saying could have been very correct. If Kano still belonged to be the Kano at independence, Kano Kadu, 2 parties, the name does not matter. But today, every party is associated with its leader. And this is what we were trying to change in Parliament.
Okay.
When Political Parties Act was introduced, was to make sure that a strong political party or parliamentary party, a party that has members of parliament elected either in county assembly or the National Assembly, is funded by the exchequer. And actually, even we stated 0.03% of the public revenue money collected by the government should go to political parties to try to strengthen them. Because at the end of the day, if the country will be developed, it has to have very strong parties, structured party. And I believe this, City Baby, before you say, a political party does not, should not belong to an individual. It is just like the highway, the Gong Road. Gong Road does not belong to anybody. You see, we want political parties that do not belong to individuals. That will be Kenyan's political party. If it's ODM and what they believe in, it should be funded by the exchequer, managed like a corporate body, such that if you go and look for a ticket from ODM, you know you will not be under the influence of somebody. Nobody will say, I want this one, I don't want that. That is the problem we were trying to solve when we had the Political Parties Act. And is an active party, although now, with the current government, is not funding the political parties. They want them to freeze so that at least we can go back to zero.
Yes. Kidi, politicians are, especially the old folk, akina Mheshimiwa Manje hapa hivi, there's a way they do things.
Yes.
And I feel again, and I asked Mheshimiwa this question earlier, so I'll ask you in a different way. Are young people going to, join these traditional parties or legacy parties, or do you think they should just go ahead and form their own, so that they can run things the way they want?
I think that the proper scenario, in my view, is that young people should join legacy political parties, because then when we run away from the mistakes of the past, then we go form new political parties. You realize that we go there and replicate the same old sins. Because look at KANU. The KANU of the 70s, the KANU of the 80s, the KANU of the 90s, and then you look at UDA, you realize that those two parties are similar. UDA is committing the same mistakes that KANU was accused of in those days. So I think that running into new political parties, politicians come and posture that they are new, they are clean, they are this and that. But when they get a chance to administer the republic, then you realize that they fall back to the same old challenges that they were trying not to identify with. For instance, when a young person like myself joins KANU, of course I wasn't there when most of these things were committed. Actually, not most, when all of these things were committed. Because I joined KANU in 2018. So then you begin to reflect that if this is the history of my party, if this is the legacy of my party, what was the original vision? And that brings me back to what City was saying, that when you say center-right, center of what? Or right of what? Then you begin to say that if your party believes in free enterprise, then have you been able to engender free enterprise? Again, if you look at the legacy of the party, you realize that your party is accused of being the mother of crony capitalism. You believe in democracy and individual liberty. You realize that the legacy of your party is that your party is guilty of detention without trial, among other political ills. So then you begin to reflect intimately and say, this party, now that we're leading it forward, why is our presence in this party, why does our presence matter? Then you make a solemn commitment to self and to country that if our presence does not help author a whiff of newness in this party, a whiffness that can then translate into the national politics, then my presence here does not matter. That is why I think young people should not form other political parties, but they should join legacy political parties and reform their history. Thank you.
All right. And the reason I'm asking this is because of something that you brought up, yeah?
Yes, sir.
This whole issue of Honorable Gideon Moi joining forces with President William Ruto.
Yes.
And you could clearly see, even on social media, leaders, elected leaders, especially in KANU, saying that, hey, this is... We were not consulted at the very least.
Yes.
So I don't know if the party leader has come and explained to you exactly why he did this and if everyone is on board. But assuming that they're not on board, and assuming the young leadership is also not on board, now what happens? Do you go and eject the party leader? Do you form KANU B? You know, I mean, because at the end of the, and that's what I'm saying, perhaps should the young people consider starting their own parties with their brand new ideologies, untainted, without blemish of the things that you've mentioned, the political problems that came with the legacy parties. Tuanze yetu tu ikiwa safi, nyumba yetu safi yenye ina stress.
Well, again, I am reminded of the words of Lord Atcon when he says that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. If you were to set up, say, a political party, for argument's sake, call it Manifesto Yetu Party, then you make Kidi this powerful, say, party leader. If there are no checks and balances, because I'm a mortal man of flesh and blood, I will be tempted to fall back to the same sins that we are accusing these people of. So that's why I think I am cautious that we do not form new political parties. Let us not run away from challenges. To say that legacy political parties, the party leaders will make decisions without us, is to be timid. Again, remember when the news broke out that we were starting to now engage UDA as friends, our original reaction was protest. And therefore, the party leader had to come and he told us, we had a very intimate conversation with the party leader. And for a moment, we give our party leader the benefit of the doubt that one, because he can help advise the president on how to solve some of these issues, as a party, we still have a chance to take our message to the people distinctly as Kenya African National Union.
Okay.
And I think, again, before I yield the floor to my brother Manje, young people should not run from legacy political parties. Let us go in there and fight in those parties. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa, I'll ask you in the same breath, what happens in a situation whereby people disagree with the party leader, where they feel they were caught off guard and they feel like this is definitely not the direction to take, but the party leader has already done this publicly, and now it's either you toe the line or you leave?
Actually, that's what I'm saying. We should have parties that have structures on the ground. For example, if KANU had a very strong structures, and the party leader respects the structures, he would have first gone to the people, ask them, what is this happening? I want to join this. What will happen? And actually, it is stated in the law. If you want to merge, because there are three things that you can do. You can merge to another party and form a party. Like now, KANU can merge to UDA and form a different party. Or they can still be in KANU or in UDA. There are those structures that are in the law. And that's one thing I like about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. When Matiang'i wanted to be a presidential candidate of Jubilee, he did an application and he called a NEC meeting and we discussed the issue. Here we have somebody who has applied to be a presidential candidate by the name Fred Matiang'i, and we discussed it in the NEC and we agreed, and it was part in the minutes that we have a presidential candidate who has applied, and his friend Matiang'i, and then we evaluated what he did and his performance. And also I can urge others, if they want to apply, for example, to be a governor of a place, to be a member of parliament, they can do the same and do the application. That is normally what happens. So if KANU had very good structures that are operational, that can kick out the president, then we'll be there. What I'm saying, at the end of the day, we will be there. Like if you go to South Africa, ANC, it can inject out the president. If you go against,
their political structure is different from ours.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
If we have a
if we had one like theirs,
yes. If we have structures that are strong enough to inject a person, to inject even a president, and the president respects those structures, then we'll be there many years to come.
Actually, we don't have to wait for many years. You know, we actually had an opportunity to do something similar when the 2010 Constitution was being crafted. But the leaders of the time and those who had a final say in these matters chose the system that we have. We had an opportunity to do all these things.
Yes.
But that particular opportunity, let me say, was missed. You see, the thing about political leadership and the room for the politics that we're talking about leads me to this question. Why did Jubilee decide on Matiang'i? Is it just because he applied, or in your opinion, he was the best candidate that Jubilee could field?
He applied. And also he believed in the manifesto.
Is he the only one who applied?
If there is any other application, we will consider it.
Yes.
So he's the one who applied, and also he believed in the manifesto of Jubilee. He implemented actually manifesto of Jubilee for 10 years. So he's like a part and parcel of what was happening. But let me make one thing clear that Kenyans should know. We know the retired president should not be physically involved in politics, and he's aware of that. But that does not stop him from being an advisor to a political party.
No,
advisory.
No, it doesn't.
So maybe those who wanted to grab the party from him thought, now this party is there, let us grab. So what he wants to do is that he wants to revive it structurally and let it go. He will just be in the background, just the way, you see, he has to belong to a political party at the end of the day. He's a Kenyan. All right? He cannot start now changing from Jubilee to go to ODM or any other party. He has to remain.
Actually, he can, but he won't. Yes.
He won't, because, you see, this is a party he belongs to, and he believes in it, and he would like it to prosper in the eternity, many years to come. So, those who are saying Uhuru should not participate, let him do what he's supposed to do as a Kenyan, make this party again, and then hand it over to the young generation the way they are saying. There is a party to be. But at the end of the day, one thing I said, and should be an example, a political party should not belong to an individual. Just the way Gong Road, which starts from Mochare to Gong, my former constituency, that road does not belong to any Kenyan. The political parties should also belong to Kenyans, not to an individual. That is the time we will be there and say, I believe in this political party, this is what I do. I know if I am in this political party and I'm performing well, and I will go and get a certificate, and I will present myself to voters and elected as a member of parliament in that party. And when they go to parliament, they should be given a chance to articulate their issues.
Mheshimiwa, when you get to parliament as an MP, do you represent the people or do you represent your party?
During my time, we were representing the people, because I would go to ground, we discuss, and when I go to parliament, if a bill comes, I will articulate my issues and the issues of the constituency. But today is different. Today's members of parliament are told what to do. That's the most unfortunate, by the executive. If the executive wants a bill to be passed, first they will call a PG, and they say, this is the position of the government,
right,
let us pass this bill. In our time, and that is why I'm saying I'm still in Jubilee, and maybe that's why I did not come from Jubilee to UDA, is because I believe Uhuru was not interfering with what we were doing in parliament. I would stand, articulate my issues, and go back to the ground and report to the people without the interference of the president.
But if I wanted to ask Mheshimiwa that if that is the case, then how come you were in the 11th parliament, right?
Yes.
So how come you guys amended the PFM Act and gave the executive so much free space to mess the economy the way Jubilee did?
I'm saying they did not mess the economy. What happens, the structure of the Vision 20 that was to be funded, and also this is the time the new constitution was being implemented. If you remember, from 2010, the new constitution was implemented during Uhuru's time. And let me tell you, this constitution is very expensive. To fund county governments is also very expensive, and maybe people had never seen from that angle.
That is a counter-reform narrative. Let me put it. And I'm sorry I'm interjecting.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm interjecting, again, respectfully. You know that as a consequence of the amendment to Section 50 of the PFM Act, you allowed the executive to get the money from wherever it was getting the money and spend it before it gets the consolidated fund, okay? As a consequence, we ended up opening a lot of offshore accounts that were not backed with the law. or were not anticipated in the law. As a consequence, most of these monies were kept out of the reach of the controller of budget. So that is why I'm saying that, therefore, because of the latitude that the executive had to spend this money without accountability, by the time your party was leaving office, one of the things we were crying about was the question of public debt, because it had gotten to crisis levels. So I am putting it to you as a representative of the people. Why did you let this happen while you were in the house? And what did you do?
Let me tell you one thing, what happens when you go to parliament. There are so many things that goes on. And in some cases, as an individual, have no control, all right? Okay. But if you go back, maybe if it's a bill that was brought, because if it will go to the public, it has to be brought in parliament and be discussed. I'm telling you, in 2011, parliament 2011 and 2012 parliament,
the 11th and the 12th,
and the 12th, any issue that touches on Kenyans will be brought before parliament and we will discuss. I can assure you, if a bill was brought and what was discussed, I will tell you the position that I took, and I discussed that issue and I stood for that. It can be defeated or it can win. If it is defeated, I will present the issue, the position of the constituents. The majority of the constituents, what they say. But also remember, this is a big entity, and they are also surely people who would like to pass things that will benefit them. You as an individual, there are things that might pass without you even knowing because of the way the operations are. Okay? So, unless a bill is brought, what we discussed, and then what I talked about, if it is against that, then that's when you can be told you are allowed to go. But remember, it's a thing for maybe the whole house.
Again, it is not my place.
What you're asking, that's the Public Finance Management Act of 2012.
Yes.
What are you saying? Are you saying that they were, someone told them what to do as far as that?
No, he's saying they fiddled with it. And in fiddling with it, they gave powers which didn't exist before were now conferred on the executive, and it enabled them to do things which, the Auditor General keeps questioning now, and things that have been spoken of by others, that a full audit of some of these things should be done, and this government promised to have that audit. We haven't had that audit yet. That's what it's referring to, because those are debts which we are now paying for now. And those are debts that people like Jimmy and Jiggy have mentioned as odious debts. That's what he's speaking about.
And that's why I said on the issue of debt and Jubilee, we probably need a different show. But anyway, I will allow it.
Again, it is not my place to ask questions to Mheshimiwa, but I will ask him that, Mwesh, having had a chance to serve in the 11th and the 12th Parliament, and now you are out as occupying the office of the citizenry, are you proud of how your party managed public spending?
Yes,
and if not, what is one thing you wish you could have done better?
Maybe what I could have done better, and it is in the public domain, is that this country, the way it is, the arms of government, they don't work in tandem, such that you will see there is a pull and push. Like when the Jubilee wanted to implement BBI, you know, it was stopped by the judiciary, while maybe other people had passed the distribution of resources in this particular country, because it's a document that I thought if it implemented, it will not. It is a good document for all Kenyans, because it was advocating for the resources should be distributed according to the number of people. That is the whole mark of BBI. But now, because of the pull and push between the arms of government, you'll find that the executive was advocating this, parliament was advocating the same BBI, but the judiciary was in the opposite side. So there was that tag, which I thought should have been smooth running, to make sure that at least there is a good pull to make sure that the country moves in one direction.
You know, was the BBI, what sort of thinking would you say was behind it? Was it a development structure that was supposed to help change things? Was it a political tool that was used to right certain wrongs? And the number of legal minds that both Jubilee and ODM have, because the two of them were working in this, surely could they not have seen the legal hurdles that they were going to encounter when they went? Because it was definitely going to be challenged. Without a question of that, it was going to be challenged. There are very many things that the BBI had that one read and said, this is really good. But what the court then did, they were not in the opposition. They were interpreting it. They were looking at this thing and they were mirroring it against the constitution, and they found it fell short. And that's all they did. Yes.
You know, if there is a pull and push behind something, there will always be a reason. Because you see, like this microphone, somebody, you know, it's maybe purple.
Yeah.
But there's somebody who will come and try to say, no, this one is black because of these dots, all that. So if there is a force that did not want BBI and it was there in the country, they will pull in different direction. BBI, why it was a good document is because it was advocating of distribution of resources according to the number of people, and that is the correct one. If, for example, here we have 1,000, each of us will divide 250. If you get 300 and he gets 100, I get 50, he gets 20, that is unfair. So the correct thing is distribute the resources according to the number of people, wherever they are. That was the correct thing, and that was the rationale behind BBI. But there are people who do not want that because they believe in you have to make sure that this one does not get so that I can get more. You see? So if those arms of government were working in the correct direction, then it is that. The other issue that I think maybe you really did not achieve, it is the issue of the corruption in this particular country. And I don't know how maybe the young generation will solve that problem. But they had a very good move where they are trying to visit anybody who is perceived not performing. I don't know whether at the end of the day that's what will work. If they perceive that the ministry is not working, they occupy. If they find Kenyatta National Hospital is not working the right way and
They
people are
occupy.
dying, they occupy. At the end of the day, the person who will be there will fear and will make sure that at least deliberately is working. There has to be a method. Just the way they want to solve the problem of tribal, being tribal race, they belong to a tribe at the end of the day, but it's the word they're using. So if they want to solve this problem again, let them make sure that they have a system, even before they form a government, of how to deal with that. Okay. But let me say we have one advantage in this particular country, and maybe they are concentrating in education. We have a very good chunk of educated people in this country. Actually, that's one of the things that we have achieved from independence. We have a very educated lot in this particular country.
Right.
Having that, we have also very good structures that can move this country from one level to another. But do we have the correct people in those structures? Because that's the biggest question.
Is it that we have the right people or wrong people in there, or do we have a system that holds people in leadership in check? Because if I look at our electoral system, every 5 years, we tend to choose new people. The vast majority of people who go into parliament are new; they're not the old ones. Which means we understand the need to, replace parts and introduce new parts. We understand the principle. But do we know how to hold these people to account? You see, what Kidi was talking about, I liked. Because he is talking about their party, their structure, coming up with a way in which you can actually hold leaders to account. Even the best of leaders, if there's no accountability, can turn out to be a tyrant.
You see, young folk know how to hold people to account. And I mean the Gen Zs, they know how to hold people to account. Whether their method is effective or not, that's a question.
That method has been effective, but it can't be the only method. Anything that works has to be multifaceted. Because remember, we moved our politics from a near voluntary position where whatever you were paid, you just slightly above the poverty line and just kept you alive, okay? To a point where now it is a career choice where you go to because you can actually do well in life. And the members of parliament who have been given the power to make the budget and to make the laws, make sure they do it for themselves. One of the things that takes the shortest time in Parliament is when these fellows want to increase what they're supposed to be paid. Again, with due respect to Mheshimiwa. But that's what they do. Okay? And then they'll throw in a pension. What they do is important and they should be rewarded for what they do.
Yes.
But the primary reason they go to Parliament is to ensure that our welfare as their bosses is taken care of.
Yes.
And our complaint is that is what they do not do.
Yes.
That is not their priority. That's the problem. It's not that they're getting themselves nice perks. No, our problem is they are not looking after our interest when we've already looked after theirs. Yes.
Kidi, unaambiwa hapa hivi na jamaa anaitwa Atticus now ati tell City, anasema City, tell that young gentleman atoke KANU, join Safina and liberate yourself.
Thank you, my brother, for that invite. However, I will tell you that I'd rather stick with KANU, who has shown that it can actually capture power, than Safina, that has existed in the sidelines all this time. I am comfortable where I am. I believe KANU is the best party that can capture the aspirations of the people of Kenya.
Right.
Thank you.
Another one called Sonette says Kidi's trajectory looking forward appears hopeful. And I agree with that particular view.
Thank you.
The fact that you can stand your ground and say that, look, this is what we're going to do as far as KANU is concerned. Mheshimiwa, hapa kuna watu pia wanauliza as far as Jubilee is concerned, is Jubilee willing, because they hope to form the next government as well? Are you as Jubilee willing to accept mistakes, including corruption, for instance? And how will you change our minds as Kenyans so that we can vote for you? Because you see, at the end of the day, you can have Dr. Matiang'i as the presidential candidate, and that is awesome, or any other person for that matter. But Jubilee is still the machinery that was there in 2030, that took power in 2013 all the way to 2022. How will the next Jubilee be any different?
Okay, I want to assure Kenyans, and this is what my presidential candidate believes in, Fred Matiang'i, is that discipline is destiny. Actually, that is his motto. Discipline is destiny. You are given a chance to run a department. You have to be disciplined, you have to be strict, and you have to do it the right way. You saw what he did in education. You see what he did in interior and the coordination of government activities. So he will be strictly following what he's supposed to do. And actually what you need is to have a leader who has that stature. Somebody who believes in something and who will be acting. So anytime, if you'll get an opportunity to serve our next government, Jubilee, because I believe that is what will form the government, because the Gen Zs now have a presidential candidate. So when you come to our party, Jubilee Party, remember our presidential candidate has a motto of saying discipline is destiny. You have to come when you know that you are disciplined. If you come to misuse the public fund, don't come. Don't dare. Because you have to make sure that you come. The main objective is we want to make this country a good country for everybody.
Dr. Fred Matiang'i was a minister in the same government where President Uhuru said pesa inapotea kila siku 2 billion and there's nothing I can do about it. Or rather he said, and I'm paraphrasing of course, wanataka nifanye nini? Are we going to see something similar from, because he was in that government?
No, you're combining two things. The money and unataka nifanye nini, they were not necessarily part of one sentence, but anyway, continue.
No, but you see, the president said at the time that pesa inapotea 2 billion shillings every day.
Yes.
All right?
That he said.
And
that, full stop.
Na akasema nitafabude, what can I do? Money is been stolen, for lack of a better word.
You know, the point is, you ask a valid question. The mirror with which we need to look at potential presidential candidates is, as Mheshimiwa said, against a performance. And by the way, that performance, when put in front of a mirror, it may not favor your candidate. Because if in the era that you are in charge of a certain docket, certain ills prevailed, you'll be blamed for it. The factors that were around it, people hardly ever look at. I'll give you an example of what I mean. Uhuru is the first president to actually have a new constitution to deal with. Nobody before Uhuru had that time. So here you are with a mindset of before the 2010 constitution. That's what you've known worked. Then here you are a president. You asked for the job, you got it, but you have this new constitution which has reduced whatever powers the president had seriously. And yet, according to you, there are people who want you to perform things as though we had the old constitution, and you can't. Because there's this irksome, bothersome thing called public participation, which if the matter goes to court, the moment it's public participation, haki shida. Because public participation is the complete antithesis of the way people and politicians and presidents ran things in Kenya before the 2010 constitution. So there's that bit. But nobody is going to excuse you. You are in power. Anything that happens and it's under your docket, we ask you how that happened.
Yeah, so again, my question was, Dr. Matiang'i was in that government where things seemed not to be working, and he wants to be president now. Why should Kenyans trust him and give him that position?
Let's say we are in a formation of a country, all right? And we don't expect perform 100% performance of a government. But at the moment, he's the correct person because he knows exactly what was supposed to be done, what they did, and what was not done. And I'm saying one of the challenge, and he's aware of it, is a misuse of public fund and the corruption that is there. And he's ready to the task. And that is why I'm saying from the word go, if you seek for leadership position with the next Jubilee government, make sure that you are coming there to serve, not to enrich yourself. If you want to enrich yourself, go and do business. Don't join politics. Don't come to Jubilee if your main objective will be to come and make money. We want people coming to Jubilee to serve this particular country, to make it to another level, so that we can have a country at the end of the day. We want to be proud, just the way other developed countries have a country that is operational. That is what we want. That is the vision of us. We want to have a country that systems are operating.
Mheshimiwa, sio itakuwa shida kidogo. Let me say it in Kiswahili kwa sababu it seems to be an understood, and I'm using the word principle in political circles, that the business that enriches people is the business of plundering coffers of state. Because somebody is wealthy, doesn't own a shop you can speak of, doesn't have a manufacturing plant, doesn't have a commercial enterprise you can point a finger at, and you're being told this guy is a multimillionaire, and you're asking how. And many of them are either people who worked in the civil service or they're politicians. And that is something that one does not square. Every time we have people being vetted by parliament, people tell us of their wealth, phenomenal amounts. That fake parliament we have doesn't even bother to ask details of how they arrived at the amount of money that they're saying. And if they do, it's some perfunctory questions here and there that don't really get to the heart of the matter. Now, if that is the ethos that rules our political sphere, how on earth can anybody say that somebody who is going to be president and wants to be president is able to be tackled this when they were in a position of power and authority? When the interior minister, you're a really powerful person.
That's true.
The position Mudavadi had was essentially the position that Dr. Matiang'i had. And what did he do with that position? What did he do to curb corruption? What did he do? This one thing that you can look at and say, you know, this man, I can tell you one thing which he did. He painted school buses yellow. And I think it's I actually think it's a good thing. Because you now know that any yellow vehicle, a bus, unajua hiyo ni ya skuli, it helps, it brings in the element of discipline. And then after that,
I think that's possibly where the good story ends. Again, Mheshimiwa, sad to tell, to be the bearer of bad news, but you know, interior is where government is coordinated. And in 2017, some of us had a feeling that the elections had not been conducted in a manner that is free and fair.
Which year again?
2017.
Okay.
So as a consequence, we decided to exercise our right as anticipated in the Constitution under Article 37, the right to protest, the right to disagree with government, what you call the right to dissent. But the Jubilee Party responded with unjustifiable amount of violence against Kenyans who are protesting. And the man in charge of that docket was Honorable Fred Matiang'i. How subsequently, we also had what was called the Raila bodies, where a lot of Kenyans who had, had a run-in with the law, there was a feeling that they were not given their day in court, and for some reason, there was a way they were transported to heaven. How then can we able as a country to sit back and say that this is the man who is going to preside over a better human rights record than the current administration? By the way, our biggest fight with the current administration is its human rights record. We think that it has unjustifiably killed so many young people that we can't sit back. How can we trust you?
Okay. Let me say, the fact that the competition was very stiff within a range of 1%, 49-51, it means that election now and Kenyans were given free hand. Have you realized? Have you seen what has happened to our fellow Tanzanians, where a president get 98%?
Of course, that is outright criminality.
That is where you will say there is a oppressive administration. What I'm saying, when you saw this competition coming close to the other side winning, it means the management of that country had given free hands to the Kenyans. Now, when it comes to demonstrations, there are two things that you have to realize. There is that right to
protest and to demonstrate,
but there is no right of fighting in the streets. Do you know, sometimes what we do is not picketing, is fighting in the street, where the police are fighting citizens are fighting the police. You see, the demonstration that is envisaged in the constitution is where you have an issue, you go and present demonstration, you are enemies, you demonstrate, you go and do that. But that does not allow people to go and fight. If you see people fighting on the ground, as a person in charge, you have to make sure that first and foremost, that country has to exist.
Again, sorry to interject, Mheshimiwa, at Manifesto yetu and Interparties, we believe in intergenerational dialogue, and an opportunity to be on set with you again helps us achieve that end. But again, let me be the bearer of bad news, that baby Pendo was killed by people who are believed to be police officers in the arms of her mother.
Yes.
They were actually inside the house. So they were not fighting in the streets.
Yes.
Master Mutinda was killed over here in Nairobi at their balcony. In a nutshell, what I'm saying is that the administration that you are part of presided over massive extrajudicial killings that was predicated on police brutality. This was happening when Matiang'i was the man in charge of security.
Yes.
That's the question is, how can we be able to trust Matiang'i, a man who then sends his police officers to clobber children in the arms of their mothers?
No, I'm saying this, although I'm not answering for him because he can answer. We are in a country that is in the formative stages. At the end of the day, we are not developed. We are still in the process of developing. You don't expect everybody to behave the correct way, because you see, you don't want to tell me there is a person with his mind who would have liked to shoot a baby or a person like that one. But in the process of fighting, trying to stop this, there are people who are trying to root, there are people who have taken advantage. How else will the policemen stop that kind of a thing? I'm not saying there are people who are not extreme. You know, these are an issue of individual. But also, don't blame somebody because of an issue that happens, was done by another person somewhere who is also a Kenyan, who is supposed to do the correct thing. For example, if I am in charge of interior, there is an OCPD somewhere in Mombasa. He can decide to do his things, and I might not even know them because at the day they do it within a circle. Okay, so the only thing is if it was taken to him and he did not take measures. All right, and I listened to one of the media thing, and I thought he said some of the cases, the other cases are still very active.
Yeah, actually, we had a conversation around police brutality with a few people, and one thing that came out very clearly is that number one, the buck stopped. Okay, it stopped somewhere for sure, but some of these queries we have, we actually need to direct them to the Inspector General of Police, and then secondly, of course, the individuals that committed the crimes. So some of these cases are actually in court, and we are hoping to see some conclusion that is probably favorable to the victims that were caught in this melee. But yes, the questions are very valid. Questions around what Dr. Matiang'i did in that particular office at that particular time to ensure that no more of those particular atrocities are committed. Yeah, so, and perhaps when we get the time, if Dr. Matiang'i will find time, he should come here and let's have that conversation.
There's something, when you talk about the Hague, the conversation around the Hague revolves around something called the Rome Statutes.
Yes.
And by the time you reach the threshold where a crime is considered a crime against humanities, that's what takes you there. Among the things that they ask for, if you are in a position of leadership and authority, is that thing that you've raised. Given the position that you're in, what did you do to stop it or to ensure it doesn't happen? That's it. What was your role?
Yes.
Did you encourage it?
Yes.
Did you stop it? Did you reduce it? It is a good mirror. You see, the unfortunate thing, when you looked at when President Uhuru and President Ruto were at The Hague, other people went there. There was one Mr. Mudaura, head of the public service. There was the Inspector General of Police then went, and the others. What was being looked for was, what was your role in all this? You had the authority, you were in a position to make changes. What did you do?
Yes.
You see? So, when you talk about authority, unfortunately it comes with the power. And that is what is being questioned. What did you do with the power that that office gave you? Because we see the ills. We see what happened. What did you do? You see, when you seek to have the highest office in the land, the scrutiny to which you will be held, there's a time you could just be a candidate and life would go on. Unfortunately, that's not the case now.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying I would like to be fair to him. We give him the opportunity so we can ask him directly.
Oh, we will give him the opportunity, but I think what Kidi is mentioning is what's in the public domain.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Because these are things that happen. We have these discussions every day. And every time, for instance, we talk about an incident, the duty bearer is the person who had authority.
Yes.
That one. Who is it who had authority? That's the question you're asking. You're not saying he's a murderer. No. That's what you're saying. You were in this, because if you want to throw something in, let's throw in Miguna's case, shall we?
Of course, sure thing.
Yes. That's and I look at the discussions that were there. But again, as you say correctly, it's a question that he should be asked directly, in all fairness.
Yes, so that he can answer and we can judge the answer from the horse's mouth, for lack of a better word.
Fair enough.
But of course, Mheshimiwa, you've done a good job as far as that is concerned. Siti hapa anasemanga apologizing for your party.
No, I said he's a good apologist. Being an apologist is not a negative thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
It means you're a good explainer. Yes.
It's a good thing.
Thank you.
That's why I'm saying he's done a good job.
Yes.
He's actually doing a good job as far as that is concerned.
Well, unasema I'm saying he's apologizing. No.
No, you said apologist.
Yes, an apologist is not apologizing.
Yeah.
He's explaining. Yes.
So in again, because we have about 5 minutes before we conclude this conversation, moving forward as far as Jubilee Party is concerned, and of course now you understand a lot of cleaning needs to be done in that particular house that is called Jubilee. What are we looking forward to, apart from Matiang'i just running for president, the kind of campaign that we're looking forward to Jubilee doing?
So one and foremost, I know people from ODM, some of them are looking to a place they will go to. First and foremost, I want to welcome them to Jubilee, those who are stranded because Jubilee one believed in Raila or whatever philosophy and all that. And actually, if you remember very well, Jubilee was supporting Azimio candidate Raila Omolo Odinga. So this is now the time they should reciprocate and pay back, and support Jubilee candidate, because you see, as per the arrangement, the way arrangement is today is that Jubilee is still in Azimio. ODM is still in Azimio. The other time we had a presidential candidate who we supported by the name Raila Omolo Odinga. So this time it's better we have a candidate by the name Fred Matiang'i as an Azimio, maybe a Jubilee candidate is a Jubilee candidate,
right?
But if we form an umbrella, or he joins the party which is called Azimio Party. Azimio is a party. There is a way you can form two coalition. You can either form coalition party, or a party of coalitions of parties.
Okay.
So since Azimio is a party that had a presidential candidate by the name Raila, then we can have the same with a candidate Fred Matiang'i.
Okay.
And I think most likely he'll be the president of this country next time. And as I've said, he believes discipline is destiny, and that is what we need in this particular country. We need just a disciplined country, and we'll move very far.
Yeah.
Because Kenyans are hardworking. We have wealthy in this country. We have people. But what we need to do, and he's aware of this, is to put the correct people in the correct position.
Okay.
When we talk, when I talk to him, what he normally says is that you can't tell. We don't have a tailor for human beings. You have to work with the people you have. We have to make sure that we get the correct people in each particular position, and this country will go. For example, what we are doing now, and maybe why we are not performing, is we have very good structures, what we are supposed to have in a country, but the people managing these structures are horrible. There are people who just want to get a position to be a position. Let me say, when I was a member of parliament, I had an opportunity of being in the Public Accounts Committee. And I know the scandals that were done by some of these people in position.
Right.
For example, like the Speaker of the National Assembly, the scandal he did.
The current Speaker or the Speaker during your time?
Of what he did in Turkey and all that. You see, it is well done. You see, if that is a person now presiding in that parliament, you can see why the parliament is going in that direction.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that the correct people are in the correct position in this particular country.
Be fair. Protect the Speaker. He's not here to answer.
He's not here to defend himself. And like I said, we will invite him. Sasa shida ni sijui namba yake ni gani. Lakini Kidi.
Yes, sir.
Closing remarks.
I am a believer in the timeless words of Carl Sagan, that there are more stars in the sky than the grains of sand in the beaches. I think as young people of this country, we have to make peace with the fact that this is not the Kenya we deserve. And therefore, we are the generation that history has charged with the responsibility of birthing the Kenya we want. Of course, it is not going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah.
But again, as I said, indicated earlier, that we are willing to hazard our small little feeble steps towards making sure that we walk towards the Kenya we deserve. And I appeal to all the young people out there to reach out to Manifesto Yetu, so that we collaborate together, because I come from a place where I believe that the more the merrier. This country is ours. Let us not sit back hoping that some charismatic leader will emerge somewhere else and save us. Thank you very much.
Karibu tena sana. That's why we come to an end. Carl Sagan, the one he's mentioning, is former. He died. He was an American astronomer and planetary physicist. Very good words right there. Okay, this is where we come to a close as far as.
And I'm glad you know Carl.
Yeah, no, Carl Sagan. I've watched several of his documentaries, including the Cosmic Odyssey.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a committed stargazer, so he understands.
Yes, you should watch it. I'll introduce to you. It's called Possible New Worlds. This documentary I'm talking about. All right, so guys, this is where we come to an end as far as that is concerned. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for making in time, and we invite Jubilee back to come and let's continue having this conversation. Kidi, karibu tena sana, kuja na watu wako wa KANU tuweze kuongea haya na mengi zaidi, au sio?
Thank you, and you two are also a very dynamic team. I think I love this interview.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
All right folks, see you tomorrow bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Cancer patients